the amendment. Do you want to use your Mac here? I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't. Or you're using your Mac.
It's because, the whole reason was because of PowerPoint.
So worst case scenario, we just go to break up in the break up on the screen. And then during the day, you can just let me start a little piece of
The only other thing I could think about is if those slides were stills, just put them like on the desktop and put them in stills instead of running it off of PowerPoint.
Oh, you want to do that?
I mean, it's worth a shot.
Sure.
Got this locked down. You don't need to fool with it. Just pick it up. And
Okay.
I've got rooted otherwise.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome this morning to Summit 2019. My name is Joel Iverson. I'm a Marketing Communications Specialist with Information Technology Services, and it's a pleasure to see you all here and also online. As part of the National Cybersecurity Month, which is October, ITS and Information Assurance Group put on this conference to raise awareness and educate the community on the latest trends and threats in cybersecurity and privacy. Summit 2019 explores the increasingly diverse topics in privacy, security research, and operations. Over 500 people registered to attend this event or watch it online. It's a come and go event, but we encourage you to stay throughout the day. We have a reception at 4:30 here at Rackham in the lobby following the last speaker. We'd like to welcome students, faculty, staff from University of Michigan and other academic institutions, as well as government staff from local, state, and federal departments, and representatives from a number of corporations around the region and the country, as well as small business owners in Michigan. It's our pleasure to have you with us today. Before we begin, we have a few logistical things to go over. The top 10, so to speak, so you can keep track as we go along. First of all, food and drink is available out in the lobby and should only be consumed out in the lobby. Please do not bring it onto carpeted areas. That includes the little foyer area between the lobby and the auditorium. If you didn't get enough coffee, or if you got too much, there are breaks after every speaker, so you'll have plenty of times to go and consume more caffeine. And we all know that IT people love their caffeine, so I'll be right there with you. Restrooms are available both in the foyer and in the lobby. Women are on the far right, and men's are on the far left. And now for the good part, the swag. We have new swag this year, if you didn't notice. We encourage you to stop by the tables and peruse all the things we have for you today. We have a phone holder, which is right here. Makes a great sound effect. It's one of the things that we started new this year, and helps you remember to go to safecomputing.umich.edu to find out all the tips and tricks you need to stay safe and private throughout the year, as well as a data blocker that we provided this year for you. There's a limited supply of these, but they are available for you. There's instructions on how they're used, and they have a great block M on them for you. We also invite you to participate in a new activity this year. We have a privacy postcard that's out in the lobby for you to pick up, and we're looking for your thoughts and your 6 words on privacy. And just as the name says, this can be private. You don't have to put your name on it. But just as you are going throughout the day, during a break, during some of the speeches that are going on today, if you have thoughts or ideas on words that represent privacy to you, or maybe a 6-word phrase that represents privacy, we encourage you to either write it down on this card and drop it off to our volunteers, or you can go on the website that's listed on the card and you can log in and submit there. And there's a website that you'll see when you go there where the words will be randomly generated on cards. So your 6 words will display and go on as long as the campaign goes on for all to see and be inspired by or thought-provoking. However you feel about privacy, we encourage you to do that today. We do have a Privacy Day event, the National Day of Privacy, in January. Announcements about that will be coming out soon, but it is the 28th of January. It will be held upstairs on the 4th floor of Rackham, and we encourage you to come back for that. And there's other great things. I'll show off some more things later. Be sure to stop out there. M-Wireless, if you haven't figured it out yet, if you're a guest to U of M, use M-Guest. M-Wireless is available for faculty and staff. We also have Eduroam available for people visiting from other academic institutions. You'll have the opportunity to ask questions at the end of each talk. We've set aside about 10 minutes or so as best we can for each presentation, and the microphones are on either end of the aisles as you come down. We just ask that you wait till we call for questions, and then you can come up and just ask your questions from those spaces, and we'll continue the conversation that way. If you want to follow along on Twitter, you can go to, you can follow us along on Twitter. We're at UMichTech. We also ask you if you want to use hashtag UMTalks We have that available and reserved for the day so that we can keep the conversation going and encourage people around the university to be involved in that. And finally, the reception, as I already mentioned, is going to be out in the lobby at 4:30. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you our official CISO for the University of Michigan, Mr. Saul Berman.
So it's nice to be official, I guess. So I'm going to repeat a few things and emphasize some things that Joel shared. The first and foremost is thanks for coming. Thanks for joining us for Summit 19. On behalf of the University ITS and Information Assurance, we welcome friends, colleagues, old and new, in person and online to Summit. And know that this is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, higher ed IT security symposium. We've been doing this for over 15 or going on 15 years now. So, as you heard from Joel, you will hear a variety of topics today, ranging in the privacy space, the security space. You'll hear from hackers, from artists, and this is the wonderful part about being a part of a university, and especially being a part of the University of Michigan. Higher education in general, and U of M in particular, are well positioned to tackle these complex and challenging topics. We're privileged to support researchers, like our first speaker and some of our other speakers today, that strive to solve the IT security and privacy challenges of today and tomorrow. We support the teaching of the young minds and future leaders that will have to face an exciting and increasingly perilous digital future, and you'll hear from them today as well. Having the opportunity to help be a part of this discourse is why many of us choose to work for or be a part of the University of Michigan and the U of M community, and it's definitely why I'm here. Again, today's speakers are going to be researchers, hackers, artists, and more. They'll offer a glimpse into just a few of the complex and diverse subjects that are part and parcel of the IT security and privacy space. We have a full day ahead, so as just another reminder, there's plenty of refreshments throughout the day. Joel described some of this swell swag that we have that should remind you, security and privacy are a shared responsibility. We all have to do our part. CISOs and information assurance and IT security groups, we're just a part of it. You all are actually the solution. We wanted you to take part in the privacy card project. So do the 6 words about privacy, grab a card or do it online. And then be ready to listen, engage, and ask questions of our speakers. So with some of the formalities out of the way, let's get things kicked off with our first speaker. Denise Anthony is a professor in the School of Public Health and researches on various aspects of privacy and security, including the socio-technical implications of smart and embedded cameras. She's a good friend, a part of our dissonance group, and is going to be kicking things off for us today. So thank you, Denise.
Good morning. Thank you to Saul Berman, our fearless leader, official leader, fearless leader, and thanks to all of you for being here. I'm really excited to be part of the Summit 19. Thanks to ITS at the University of Michigan, thanks to the Dissonance Group, and the Ethics Computing and, I'm forgetting what the Ethics Society and Computing, the ESC group, who's also a co-sponsor today. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm going to talk about the socio-technical aspects of smart and embedded cameras and think about them broadly as we get started. But I just want to do some acknowledgments before I get into the work, which is to thank the NSF grant that sponsored some of this content and my collaborators at various institutions, including here, some students here at the University of Michigan who have worked with me on exploring some of these topics. So, as we all know, cameras are everywhere. They are surrounding us in our environments, almost no matter where we are, in public settings, in private settings, in private public settings like the one we're in, on our neighbors' houses, on buses, in shops, in offices, in our pockets, in the hands of our neighbors and friends and everyone around us. So, and we know that these images and video are being analyzed by increasingly powerful tools like facial recognition software. Now, we have multiple motivations for using tools and technologies like this. We are hoping to improve safety, increase our security, maybe improve productivity, personal convenience, and enjoyment. But also, clearly, these cameras and the tools that the facial recognition software and other tools use to analyze the data streaming through these cameras increase monitoring, tracking, and surveillance. So while it's true that some amount of monitoring in society is good and necessary for everything from social cohesion, things I care about as a sociologist, to the groups and communities, things like compliance with social norms and social laws, and they even help ensure fairness and justice in society. All good things and reasons we want monitoring and some level of surveillance in society. We also know that too much monitoring is the opposite of these goods. It is corrosive to social cohesion, to social order, to fairness and justice. And those social values and benefits depend on limiting and managing the amount of monitoring that's done and how it's done and who does it and who it's directed at. And so that sort of high-level issue is what I'm going to be talking about today. So what I'm going to do is to take this high-level, overarching theme, the forest view, if you will, of technology and its role in surveillance. And then I'm going to drill down to look at one very specific example of the impact of ubiquitous cameras and facial recognition technology in the workplace. And then I'm going to come back to the broader implications for privacy and security in society, back to that forest level view. But you might notice that this image of the forest is actually looking from the bottom up rather than from the top down. And that's to emphasize that the view and the experience and the impact of technology is different when you start at the bottom than when you start at the top. And so I'm going to also advocate for thinking about technology like embedded cameras and facial recognition software from a bottom-up perspective to think about its implications in our socio-technical environment and world. So thinking about it from the bottom up. So first, what do I mean by a socio-technical system, or what are socio-technical features or factors in the environment? Socio-technical systems are dynamic and mutual influences between and among the technologies that we use and the people in those environments, the users of that technology, the people who might be the subject of some of the technology, and just in the environment itself, as well as the larger socio-political environment in which those people and those technologies are being used. We often think about socio-technical environments thinking about very specific kinds of highly technical environments, like a spacewalk, for example, or the space program at NASA, for example, or an operating room where you have a dynamic influence of highly technical tools with users and subjects of those technologies. But every type of workplace is a socio-technical environment, because we can think about technology not only in the most sophisticated sense of the space technology or in a highly specialized operating room like at the U of M hospitals, but actually every hospital, every workplace has technology embedded in it. And it's not even workplaces, of course. It's also environments like our home we can think of as a socio-technical environment and the implications of that. Okay, so back to the idea. We know that cameras are everywhere. When we're thinking about socio-technical environments, we can think about cameras and the data flows through those cameras and the tools may be being used to analyze those data flows in any kind of environment we might want to think about. And regardless of the many uses and positive impacts of cameras across social contexts, cameras, particularly those embedded in the environment and using facial recognition software, increase surveillance. Surveillance, the observation and monitoring of one actor by another social actor. Surveillance thrives on technologies that enable monitoring and communication because they enable that observation and monitoring. And when you think about cameras with facial recognition software, cameras connected to the internet, they are enabling both monitoring and communication. So as noted previously, monitoring can be important and have positive benefits, but as surveillance studies scholar David Lyon notes, whatever the purpose of surveillance, some kind of power relations are involved. Not only is surveillance carried out by the powerful against the powerless, or less powerful, but surveillance activities further generate power. Again, in the words of David Lyon, those who establish surveillance systems keep the records, hold the tapes, maintain the databases, have the software to do the mining, and the capacity to classify and categorize subjects. Related to these power dynamics is the asymmetric effect and impact of these kinds of technologies that can end up exacerbating or increase social inequality in society. Now, I'm going to think about surveillance in the context of the workplace and embedded cameras within the workplace as a specific example to explore this a little further. And then I'll come back out and talk about the implications, and there should be plenty of time for questions and discussion from people in the room. So employers already and historically have the ability to monitor, record, and track employee performance, behaviors, personal characteristics. Typically in the US, we actually have minimal legal limits on monitoring employment, particularly as more and more employment has become at-will employment. Now, if we're thinking globally, the US context of employment has more protections compared to certain other working conditions in other countries, but today I'm going to talk about the US. Typically, surveillance in the workplace is justified in the name of productivity and quality control, or sometimes on the grounds of safety and security. Again, positive benefits that we want technology to deliver to us, things we do care about. And yet, we have to consider the other implications of monitoring and surveillance in the workplace. Surveillance in the workplace is certainly not new. It's not, of course, dependent on embedded cameras or this kind of new technology. Evidence from the earliest days of capitalism and certainly the rise of corporations in the Industrial Revolution surveilled workers in many ways, including the development of the earliest information systems, are to help corporations monitor and track employees. Monitoring in the workplace today is certainly quite extensive. Estimates are that about 75% of workplaces are doing some monitoring of workers today. And new technologies increase and enable more monitoring of more kinds of activities with so-called new productivity tools, such as webcams taking photos of employees during work through their cameras, screenshots of workstations, tracking and monitoring of app use and keystrokes are all present in workplaces in the US today. And they're expanding to even new workplaces as we think about the gig economy or Uber drivers and how you don't necessarily need a camera in the vehicle, you're tracking online, you're tracking through the app. Now, these kinds of technologies, as I said, may deliver some benefits, and there is evidence that productivity, there is some positive benefit of some of these technologies on things like productivity and safety and security. However, there are other consequences of excessive surveillance at work. Increased stress on the workforce, increased turnover in the workforce of industries and workplaces that have what we might call excessive monitoring, lower job satisfaction. And in fact, in some workplaces, studies have shown that workers perceiving such intense monitoring go to increasing lengths to avoid that monitoring, thereby defeating the contributions to productivity that the employer is actually interested in. Okay, so how do surveillance technologies like embedded cameras and facial recognition software intersect with power dynamics that exist in the workplace, the socio-technical conditions that exist in a workplace? Do those in lower positions or those with less power express greater concerns about or resistance to new surveillance technologies or new uses? And one way to focus this question is to consider gender. Historically, women express greater concerns about privacy because they are subject to unwanted attention in society in general and the workplace specifically. We know that overall, in addition, privacy is unequally distributed in society, such that those with lower status and lower resources in general have less ability to manage their privacy, protect their privacy, and they face more intrusions into their privacy than those with greater status and resources. As a group, women have less power in society than men and in the workplace. And we know specifically at work, women receive unwanted attention at much higher levels than men and experience harassment in the workplace. And though all women at all levels experience harassment and unwanted attention in the workplace, it is typically minority and low-income women who are most likely to experience this kind of attention and harassment at work. And so you can see that it is associated with power and resource differences, both access to privacy and the extent to which surveillance occurs in a workplace. And so we might expect that the answer to the question, do women think about camera surveillance and facial recognition software in the workplace differently than men? The answer might be yes, given these factors. And in fact, that's what I'm going to show you right now is some evidence that, in fact, we do see this association, just to preview the results a little bit. So I'm going to look at workplace surveillance and gender, but a caveat first. Here I'm talking about data from people who self-identify as women and men. Thus, I'm talking about gender identity here. There are many facets of inequality related to gender more broadly, including gender expression, sexual identity, sexual expression. All of these are important, and all of them introduce ways that gender inequality and power imbalances work. Power and inequality are intersectional and multi-dimensional. They stratify bodies and people in society by factors related to these gender characteristics, as well as other factors like race and ethnicity that are all important. But for today, my scope is on self-identified men and women at gender imbalances. Now, many workplaces and industries are heavily surveilled, including manufacturing and trucking, to name a few, which are male-dominated. But other more female-dominated types of work also have high levels of surveillance, in particular camera monitoring in those workplaces. So, for example, the retail industry, made up historically of low-wage workplaces with high proportions of minority and female workers. Similarly, video and other surveillance technologies are often used to control the appearance and behavior of waitresses, and in particular in hyper-heterosexualized environments like casinos, we see excessive monitoring of waitresses. We can also think about healthcare environments and long-term care facilities that are increasingly using technology to track equipment, to monitor patient interactions, and while those things, again, may be important to deliver important benefits that we want, quality of care, delivery for patients, important tracking of equipment to be available in those settings, they end up tracking the employees who are typically nurses and medical technicians who end up most typically being female and minority. And finally, a workplace that we don't often remember is a workplace is the home, which is a workplace for many domestic workers, or many homes are the workplace for domestic workers that include nannies and maids and other people in the home. And the extent to which nanny cams, so-called nanny cams, and other kinds of camera surveillance is being used in the home to monitor these kinds of workers is particularly troubling because domestic workers have much less protection, employee protections, than workers do in other kinds of workplaces and employer environments. So to look at the question of gender differences in the acceptance of camera surveillance in the workplace, we use survey data gathered by the Pew Research Center in 2015 that asks people about the acceptance of various technologies considering privacy trade-offs, and they introduce these privacy trade-offs this way. Sometimes people are willing to share some personal information in exchange for certain benefits. For each of the following scenarios, please indicate whether you would be willing to share information about yourself in exchange for getting something you might need or enjoy. So again, actually emphasizing the fact that there are often benefits that come from the use of these technologies, but we are balancing them against our privacy and the implications of the surveillance they bring. So I'm going to look at the vignette. They actually asked 7 vignettes in randomized order, and there's one about cameras with facial recognition software in the workplace. And so they're saying the company is planning to install high-resolution security cameras that use facial recognition software. This is to help with the recent evidence of theft in the environment. And so it's to help make the workplace more secure. And, but it does note that the footage will be kept on file and could be used for other purposes. And then would this be acceptable to you or not? We are going to look at only those people in the survey who are employed at the time, so who actually have experience in a workplace. And it's interesting to think about this scenario and this survey data in a couple of different ways. First of all, although many people resent intrusions into privacy, like I said, we are often willing to trade some of that for benefits that we see. And so when we frame those benefits as being targeted against a harm, like theft, and targeted against specific others who don't seem to be worthy of our protection, thieves, people are more likely to find it acceptable. because those are values that we want to support. Preventing crime, capturing thieves, for example. And so we would expect overall to see fairly high levels of acceptance when it's framed this way. If you took out the part that says to help identify thieves, you might get lower results. So by asking the question in this way, it's really trying to emphasize to the respondents to think about the trade-offs. The other thing that might be important to keep in mind about the fact that the data was gathered in 2015 is that this is earlier, certainly than today, and it's earlier than a couple of major issues that have come to public attention. So first of all, it's before Cambridge Analytica and before the extent of public attention and concern about privacy that we now see in society. It's before, the New York Times and the Washington Post doing major exposés on privacy, not just related to things like the Cambridge Analytica and Facebook data, but also to other ways that technology is creating privacy concerns. It's also before the Me Too movement. It's before the revelations about Harvey Weinstein and other powerful men and the sexual harassment that they are accused of. And so of course, we're aware of sexual harassment in society, but these questions are asked before those were particularly in the public view. And so we don't think that those things are going to be operating as much. And we might, if we did the study today, which it would be, I hope Pew does the study again, if we did the study today, we might expect to see somewhat more concern expressed by respondents. One important limitation, I think, of the data, the Pew data in general, is that we don't have occupations of the employed respondents. So we can't look at important differences across types of workplaces or types of industries, which I think is also really crucial. So that's a limitation of this data. Okay, so what did we find? Comparing men and women respondents' views of the acceptability of workplace surveillance via cameras and facial recognition software, and controlling for other sociodemographic characteristics like age, education, income, race and ethnicity, as well as some general technology familiarity, we find that about a third of men and nearly half of the women say these technologies are not acceptable. This difference between men and women is a significant difference. So we do find that women, the less powerful group, to the extent we are measuring them here based on gender identity, are less likely to find the use of cameras and facial recognition software as acceptable. However, you might also note that more than half of both the women and the men are saying it is acceptable at this time in 2015 to use cameras in the workplace with facial recognition software to identify theft in the workplace, even though that data could be retained. So a difference between men and women, but still a somewhat surprising difference that it is so acceptable to so many, about 2/3 of men. Now, the Pew survey also asked respondents, separate from the questions about the privacy trade-offs, just about their general perceptions about privacy and what we might call privacy attitudes. So we considered whether different perceptions of privacy by men and women might explain the difference we see between men and women. So it's not having to do with power in the workplace, it's actually having to do more generally with privacy attitudes that might differ between men and women. So the Pew survey asked these 9 questions, and they open with the statement, privacy means different things to different people today. In thinking about all of your daily interactions, both online and offline, please tell me how important each of the following are to you. And they could be very important, somewhat important, not very important, or not important at all. Now, somewhat surprising to us, who do research on privacy and technology all the time, we found no statistically significant differences between men and women on any of these measures. So men and women do not vary in their general privacy attitudes, and so that does not explain, and we even tested each of these in the model, it does not change that relationship between gender and acceptance of workplace cameras that we saw earlier, with women finding it less acceptable. Now, you might notice, though, that one of these general attitudes, not wanting to be monitored at work, is related to the scenario we're talking about, monitoring in the workplace using embedded cameras with facial recognition software. So even though there's not a difference between men and women on the general attitude of how important this is, we decided to look at how this factor in particular might interact with gender for the question of the acceptability of embedded cameras and facial recognition software. And what we found is that there is a powerful interaction here. It is women who think it's very important not to be monitored at work who find surveillance by cameras and facial recognition software in the workplace to be unacceptable. Over 80% saying it is unacceptable, compared to only 40% of the men who say, I don't like being monitored at work. Only 40% of the men who said, I don't like being monitored at work, actually say cameras with facial recognition software to find theft is unacceptable. It's also important to note that these women, the women who say it's important not to be monitored at work, who find workplace cameras unacceptable, are significantly different not only than the men, but they're also significantly different than women who are not concerned about being monitored in the workplace. So they're different from other women. This seems to be picking up something about those power differences, those concerns about being monitored at work, and camera surveillance, embedded cameras with facial recognition software, like other technologies like this, introduce a way to increase that monitoring in the workplace. Increase the extent of it, increase the behavior that is observed, increase the amount of time that might be able to be available to be observed. And those factors are telling us something about these power differences in the workplace. Now, the Pew survey also asked, of all of those people who said it's not acceptable to me to have this kind of technology in the workplace, they asked them an open-ended question, why? Why do you say that? Nearly all of the men and the women who said they find it unacceptable responded to this question. And we coded these qualitative responses using Helen Nissenbaum's idea of contextual integrity. Contextual integrity defines privacy as being dependent on whether information flows are expected and considered acceptable in the social context. So different kinds of information flows are acceptable in different contexts. And so she defines elements of that context related to who is the subject of the data, who is the recipient of the data, what's the type of data and purpose of that data flow, and what are the transmission principles around that data flow. And just as another way of thinking about this, if you think about privacy in the context of healthcare, in the doctor-patient relationship, in a clinic visit, we have expectations that the patients will share quite private information with a recipient who is a physician, a clinical provider, who will use that information in a confidential way and manage and treat that data in a confidential way and protect it in order to deliver us healthcare, to improve our health. So that context is very different than the context, say, of a workplace, where the data subject, the employee, or maybe even the customers, the consumers sometimes in a workplace, and the data recipient, the employer, we have different kinds of expectations about the types of information that flows, the purpose of those information flows, how that data might be managed, and what is accepted and expected and acceptable to us. And so Nissenbaum's contextual integrity gives us a way to try to analyze this qualitative data in the particular context of this survey. So we coded the data, the qualitative responses, into the contextual integrity elements, and we found very similar responses between men and women in each of the elements. The particular content, as you can see from the slide, and some of the example statements in each of these are fairly similar between the men and women, which seems surprising to us, given that we saw this very strong gender difference among women who said it was not acceptable. On the latter of the three, on data receiver, the information type or purpose, and the transmission principle, men and women not only make very similar comments, they make them at about the same frequency. However, on the first element of contextual integrity, being the subject of the data gathering and the data transmission, women were about 2 times as likely, more than 2 times as likely, to say a concern about being the subject of the monitoring in the workplace. So the content of their statements are not significantly different. We looked to see were women talking about being the subject of sexual harassment or unwanted attention in ways that might be particularly gendered. We found no evidence of that in their statements. It's important to recall that this is a survey, an anonymous survey. This might not be the place you reveal some of that information, but we didn't see it. However, they were more than 2 times as likely to give this kind of reason as the reason. And we think that this is connected to evidence that monitoring in the workplace, when women talk about monitoring in the workplace, they are worried about what some scholars have called the unwanted male gaze in a variety of ways related to those earlier facts I mentioned about sexual harassment in the workplace. Okay, so what does this mean? First of all, women are more concerned about facial recognition software and embedded cameras in the workplace than men. We see that to be the case. And to some extent, they are more concerned about being the subject of that monitoring as the reason. More generally, this demonstrates an example of how power differences are associated with different views and concerns about surveillance technologies. It suggests that technologies that enhance and enable surveillance and monitoring, or that impinge on privacy, have differential effects across groups, which have important consequences for power and for inequality in society. Expectations and concerns about privacy are embedded in the social context, in the norms, in the relationships, in the power dynamics that already exist in that social context. More generally, technologies like embedded cameras and facial recognition software that are becoming more and more common and enhance surveillance and impact privacy, it's important for us to remember that these technologies are not neutral. They are part of a socio-technical environment in which power and other resources vary across groups, are unequally distributed. So introducing them, even when they have beneficial consequences, will have a differential impact in those environments. So limiting potential harms and enhancing the potential benefits of technology requires attention to social institutions. Everything from the social norms to professional ethics and procedures, to industry standards for development and production, to legal regulations and public policy requirements and enforcement are all needed to address concerns related to technology, to prevent and limit the harms while promoting the benefits, and ensuring fairness and equity from their use. So it's time that we pay more attention to the social side of the socio-technical systems rather than just the technical side. When we think about these technologies, we are either enamored by the technical sophistication and the capabilities and the potential benefits that we often don't consider the negative consequences. Or even when we think about the negative consequences, the dystopian view of the technology is bad, we may be missing the social context in which these technologies are being used, which is the important thing that should be front and center, or certainly that I, admittedly a sociologist, am advocating should be front and center. It's time to pay more attention to the social side of socio-technical systems rather than just the technical side. If we want our technologies and our socio-technical systems to be more fair, to produce benefits, and to reduce and to limit the harms. Thank you. I'll be happy to take questions, or certainly I would encourage discussion among participants here who might have different views or who might bring some other concerns to the table.
So we ask that people that have questions come to either of the two microphones at the aisle there, and Professor Anthony would be happy to answer those for you. Okay.
Or, oh, come on, somebody wants to say facial recognition software is all good.
I have to admit I felt very guilty taking your picture from over there while you were talking about this. But.
It is interesting giving this talk looking into a camera.
Did the study and the results of the study lead you to any ideas about what could be next steps to either educate people or expand people's awareness on this topic?
So, thank you. I think there are a number of implications of thinking about how to potentially use these technologies. First of all, to the extent they are used in the workplace, should have what Helen Nissenbaum calls explicit transmission principles. What is the data being gathered? Where are the cameras? What is the extent of the data gathering? And this is true not only about embedded cameras and facial recognition software, but any kinds of monitoring tools in the environment. In fact, to some extent, making employees, for example, in this case, aware of the monitoring going on is actually important to the desired productivity outcomes that employers are seeking. finding out that there is some monitoring can actually enhance the productivity. But it's also very important for the employees to know what are the limits on that technology, what are the limits on the data, how is the data being secured, for example. Even if you're less concerned about the privacy implications, how is that data being stored and secured? And also then, what are the ongoing uses of that data? If the use of that data by the employer changes from just monitoring for theft to monitoring the employees, that should be explicitly defined by the employer. Those kinds of expectations about the technology have nothing to do with the technology itself. That's all to do with policy and maybe rules in the workplace and norms about relationships between employers and employees. Other things might be to educate the employees about what it means to have this data being tracked, what are the implications of that for them in the context of the workplace. Again, not related to the technology itself, though certainly probably many in this room should be thinking about the technical features of security of the technology itself. If the employer is going to tell the employees that that data is secure, securely stored, then the data flows from the camera to the storage, and the protections around those storage databases need to actually be secure. So there's the technical implication as well as the social and policy implications.
Doug, did you have a question?
Yeah, just for contrast, what would be a non-social technical system? All right.
So in some ways, humans, I would say, not an anthropologist or an archaeologist, but humans are human because we create socio-technical systems. So that's a good question. I don't know that I can think of one. Using a rock to create an arrowhead is a socio-technical system.
So I happened to take the bus here today, and I noticed a placard in the bus that told me that they were possibly recording audio and video feeds from that bus, and I thought, that's kind of interesting. I also thought, and maybe this is becoming a more modern problem as we have more sophisticated software that can actually look at all of this data feed that they're getting. So much, it's been years since we've been told that may be monitoring audio and visual in our environment, but I always thought, nobody's got time to actually look at all of that data and do anything useful with it. But as we've been developing more and more sophisticated software, it seems to me this is becoming a more urgent or a more real problem. There might be privacy concerns, whereas in the past I was thinking, forget it, nobody's going to look at this. Who cares about what happens on this bus?
So I think buses and public transportation are a really interesting context for thinking about embedded cameras. First is you're talking about it as a rider of the bus, as a consumer, which is partly where the cameras are aimed, but of course there is a worker in that bus as well, and oftentimes those cameras are also, of course, monitoring that bus driver. But those kind of contexts are consumers and public spaces are more and more monitored. And you're absolutely right. Early evidence from, for example, the CCTVs that are embedded across the environment in the UK had one of the most extensive distribution of embedded cameras in public spaces in the world. And they found that, yes, you can go back and review all of that data, but it takes excessively large amounts of time. So technology to analyze that data, to reduce that time, might be a real benefit, especially if we are looking for wrongdoing or crime or those kinds of problems. It could also be there are other benefits that could come from embedded cameras and our ability to analyze. If you're talking about a natural disaster like a hurricane or a tornado, you might be able to use data from those camera feeds to identify where people at risk might be. So certainly some benefits, but that increasing sophistication of the technology is likely going to, as you said, increasingly have implications for the privacy of all of the consumers or the public in that environment. And what are the transmission principles around that data? Who has access to it? How secure is it? Who can analyze it? Who is the target of those questions? Which is the other, another whole talk about socio-technical implications and power and inequality is who is the focus of those.
Are thinking, as you were saying, who's looking at that data? Well, we now have these hackers who are very sophisticated. They could actually hack the video feed from my bus, for example. And so even if the people who were recording an event or whatever, had you signed a waiver, I understand you may be recording, they don't know who else could actually be looking at it. And that's really interesting. It didn't occur to me before that hackers may also be a player in this whole field.
So exactly, and hopefully, and through the rest of this day, you're going to be hearing about some of the technical characteristics that we hope the people in this room are helping actually make the technology more secure to exactly prevent those kinds of breaches of data that might be gathered, hackers' unwanted recipients of the data. But even when we are talking about the expected recipients of the data, we want to have transmission principles about what is appropriate and what is not.
Next question.
I'm interested in your thoughts on the role of media and social media in shaping and influencing the socio-technical considerations that you've been speaking about.
So there are real experts who study social media, and that is not the specific focus of my work. So I'm gonna connect it though to some work we have done on images, again related to embedded cameras or ubiquitous cameras. And what we're looking at are personal images that are shared on social media and the norms, the privacy norms around those images. So we know the explosion of personal images. We're taking them ourselves, right? Lots of selfies, lots of photos. How many people, I saw people taking photos during the, not only Joel, but others taking photos in an environment like this or any environment and sharing on social media, which is only a particular context of social media sharing. But what that's doing is exposing much more of our personal and private lives to the world, maybe to intended friend groups and audiences on social media, but to the extent that social media is not private or specific to only those groups, of course it's shared with Google and Facebook and Amazon and others who host those social media sites. And so getting a look into those, all of those personal lives and the way people are portrayed in those personal images has implications for the private side of our personal lives when it's taken in our homes or in our home environments within more private spaces. We end up revealing more of that to not only to people we want to share with, but to everyone. And that seems to be, not only do we have norms about what we think is appropriate around those images and those private lives, we are changing those norms by sharing those kinds of images via social media. And so it's the question, I think, related to your larger question about how our contributions to these systems, to these media sites, are actually turning around and influencing then our own behavior in all kinds of ways.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Before the next question, just a reminder to the people who might be streaming online, if you want to tweet a question in, our staff is covering that, and they can bring your question to the floor as well. Sir?
Hi, I'm David. So we have sort of a new issue in surveillance that has been brought about by enhanced computing power and cloud services using voice recognition and the advance of technology there. So we have laws that say if you're going to record audio, you have to provide a disclaimer, and you can't do that in certain circumstances unless you're a private investigator or things like that. Now we have situations where we could have video surveillance in use, and we could have the audio streamed to a recognition system that would then store the text and discard the audio. So is this an issue you've considered? Is this an issue anyone is looking into in terms of how it can bypass our laws, or how it can then affect people's privacy?
Well, I think that's a great question. Like all of these, the way technology is typically way ahead of public policy, laws, rules, regulations to govern those, the technology capabilities, because we think about the benefits that might come from those advances in technology and want to get them before we consider the negative consequences. So think about something like, I'm not answering your question, I'm kind of answering an adjacent question, but think about the FDA and regulation of drugs. We want the benefit of new drugs to cure disease. But we don't just say, wow, we think we've got this benefit. Let's put it out there and see how it works, see what it does, and if it starts to harm people, okay, then we'll pull it back. No, we actually test and observe and consider those implications long before we release the technology, the new pharmaceutical, into the public. We are much less likely and seem much less willing to do that when we're talking about sophisticated technology like information technologies. I think in part because we all know the incredible benefits that we have gotten from our smartphones and computers. But to the extent that exactly what you're talking about is directly in conflict with laws and regulations that exist, we need to be discussing socially, politically, in all kinds of contexts, what are the implications of that and how we should consider regulating, managing, creating standards for the technology. There are all kinds of ways that aren't just laws, but all kinds of practices that we should be considering in the socio-technical context in order to prevent the harms that are exactly what you say. To the extent that my webcam can be turned on and my audio and my computer can be turned on, without my knowledge, transmitting information, even what I say is, I think, we are just beginning to consider the implications of what that can mean and how we should think about managing that and limiting that today. Thanks.
Miss?
Hi, just to follow up the example of the retail store, I think sometimes it's absolutely necessary to monitor the workspace. Like, you have to prevent people from taking money from the cashier, but how do you achieve the balance between the necessity of monitoring and the rights and the privacy of employees?
Yeah, well, that's the billion-dollar question, right, is how do we do that? And I'm not here to say this is exactly how. Partly what I'm advocating is this is the question we need to be asking and we should be discussing. We should discuss it in technical environments. We should discuss it in all workplaces. We should discuss it in our legislatures and government. We should discuss it in industry settings, the retail industry. Take leadership on how to actually get the benefits and balance the harms. That's what we should be doing. And I think being explicit about and using Helen Nissenbaum's contextual integrity principles are a way to make those kinds of trade-offs and balances explicit. So I think it's the right question. I wish I had the only and best answer, but I think it's a conversation. And maybe last question?
We have time for a few more, so if there is anybody else that would like to step up to the mic, we can take 2 or 3 more questions.
I'm curious about the individuals developing boundaries of intrusion, and whether that has been a study area, whether it was a factor in your analysis of the data that you did. Are we really ready? Because a lot of people haven't analyzed where their boundaries are. And it may be premature to even try and measure it at this point.
So that's a good question. Individuals, so when we think about individual privacy or privacy in general, we can think about, we measure that and think about that in at least 2 ways. We think about individuals have different preferences about how open or closed they are, right? Just think about yourself and people you know. Some people overshare. Some people never reveal anything personal. So we do have personal preferences that vary on that willingness to share. And then we also have different abilities to manage our privacy, to manage the sharing. And this is where our sociodemographic characteristics, our resources, actually influence our ability to manage. So we know that privacy is unevenly distributed. So you can just think about by age, for example. Children have less privacy than adults. The adults in their lives, the parents can walk into the kids' room at any time. Kids often have more limits on doing that into the parents' room, for example. And so the ability to manage privacy also varies across people, but there it is much less about your individual preference, though it's related to that, and it's about the kind of position you're in, your resources that you have in society. The boss, the CEO, sits in a private office behind a secretary that might be on a private floor, whereas, you know, the worker is out in the open environment at the workstation or is on the floor of the factory, right? That gives very different kinds of access to an ability to protect privacy. So those kinds of things we know a lot about people in all kinds of contexts. How preferences and ability to manage vary with new technologies is, I think, the issue you're talking about, especially when we don't understand the full implications of the technologies. Many people in this room, like the earlier question, are aware of what the technology can do, not only turning on our webcam without our awareness, but maybe even turning on the audio to record us is possible. Now, it's not happening in widespread cases, but the fact that that is technically possible is not a concern that many people have had. So making people aware of the consequences and implications of technologies is a way for us, is an important step in order to understand how things like preferences and ability to manage will interact with that or affect that.
Hi, I'm Bill. Is there any studies been done or research done on things like respectful cameras where you're using artificial intelligence software to obfuscate people in the video stream and things like that? And have you read any papers or done any collaboration or research on how AI may help us in this area? There's a paper from Berkeley.
Yeah, that's a great question. And there is research that is done not only both here at the university, and some of my collaborators, computer scientist Apu Kapadia and David Crandall at Indiana University, for example, have done research that helps identify and obscure content in images that might be more private, or that people might have decided is private and they don't want to share. They want to share the image, but they want to protect or obscure certain content in that image, and different technical ways of doing that. AI, we often think that's the way to get the social out of the socio-technical, right? Just make the machine do it, then there's no people involved. You don't have a watcher who might be harassing or who might be biased in the focus of that technology. But I would caution that view of AI because AI, of course, the tools and models are written and developed by people using data from real environments, data that comes from those socio-technical conditions that have those biases and potential inequalities built into them. So again, potential benefits of tools like AI in facial recognition software, for example, but also significant caution because of the implications of those technologies.
Okay, final question.
I'm another Bill. As we build our systems, socio-technical systems, and we need to show restraint when we come up to a situation where there can be technology that could be very invasive. It seems to me like there's two different modes. We have a mode where we say we should have laws, and from laws you should write policy and you should manage everything. And as a technology manager, I can say that's impossible to do everywhere you need to do it. And then there's another mode where you just remember the story of the IT director at the school district in Philadelphia who took the pictures of the students in their laptop program, and he got fired. And so you hold back from what you might do with the technology. And I wonder if there's research about whether there's too much emphasis on everything being orderly and logical, but it's impossible to actually do in practice, versus appealing to our human characteristics to stop us from using technology in bad ways.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big tent, right? I want to do it all. So I agree. And right now there is much more emphasis today on ethical practice and principles for everything from training computer science and technologists who will go out and develop these technologies. How do we think about and understand some of these trade-offs, to the IT personnel who are implementing them in all kinds of systems? How do we, what are our ethical practices? What are the implications of the technology, and thinking about that? I think industry should and could be doing a lot more, and meaning higher ed, for example, as an industry, retail as an industry, transit as an industry, to be talking about their uses of technology and their own sort of rules and policies and regulations of using those technologies for both benefit and thinking about the consequences, all the way up to actual laws and technology. So I'm not really willing to say all one or all the other. I think it has to be the whole stack, if you will, where we need to be addressing these issues.
Great. Well, thank you for all your questions. Thank you, Professor Anthony, for your time. I'm going to find out what that noise is. Okay, we're going to take our first break. Again, a reminder, we do have camera covers to go along with the talk that are out there if you would like to pick one up. We also will be back in about 15 minutes for our second speaker. Please leave all coffee and beverages out in the main lobby. Thank you.
All right, I hope everybody is significantly hopped up on caffeine, full of snacks and beverages and all those other good things. So for those, there's a few of you who might know that in my non-work life, I'm a frustrated wannabe artist. So our next speaker is living the life I might want to lead. Let me introduce Abhishek Narula. He's an MFA graduate student at the Stamps School of Art and Design. He comes at art from a different perspective, from what I would call the normal artist background, and I think he's going to tell you a little bit about that. He too is part of our Dissonance Cabal, helping us organize events across campus and conversations at the confluence of technology, policy, privacy, security, and law. And it's my pleasure to have him here at Summit talking about It's a Feature, Not a Bug. Abhishek.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. Saul, first of all, I want to thank you personally for inviting me and making me part of this amazing group of people. I'm truly humbled and honored to be part of the speakers today. And thank you, Denise, for such an engaging morning. I think God is really thinking, and hopefully I can continue that energy with my talk today. So today I will talk about my work and what I specifically do at Stamps. And more importantly, I will try to make a case for a radically interdisciplinary approach to examine technology. Today we are faced with lots of dire problems, from climate change to social injustices, famine and war. And from summit, conferences like the Summit, it is apparent that cybersecurity is also up there. Our basic survival as a species on this planet is threatened. We live in a world where not only everyone is connected, but even the things around us are connected to each other. With smart devices becoming embedded in the fabric of everyday reality, the impact of these things cannot be underestimated, especially in the context of the world we live in today. My proposal is that we need a critical way to examine these technologies, not just at a technical level, but also, like Denise mentioned, the social aspects, the cultural aspects, the political aspects of these systems. We need to understand not only what these devices are doing, but also why they are doing them. It's not just important to understand how they're functioning, but why are they designed to do so in the first place? And as we advance this discourse around technology with the lens from the social, political, and cultural, my hope is that we can pull from other disciplines like art and design. When we think of bugs, we usually think of something that's outside of the system. It's an aberration that comes in and breaks the system. But what if we were to change this viewpoint a little bit? Just as an experiment, let's think of this something not being external to our design, but something that is very much part of it. At the end of the day, every bug is a feature. It's a feature we may or may not like, which is a different question, but it nonetheless is part of the system. And for me, I use art and aesthetic practice as a way to examine these bugs, to uncover larger insights around the cultural and social implications of our devices. Winston Churchill once stated that when we shape buildings, they end up shaping us. And I think the same can be said today about the digital ecosystem that we inhabit. But before we sort of tackle these larger meanings of life and why we are here, I just want to give you a background of where I come from. So I am a hacker. I work directly with technology. And then when I use the word hacker, it brings up images and notions of what you might think what I might be doing. Many people think of hacking as a malevolent activity, and in some cases that is true. But for me, hacking is a mode of examination. It is what I use to uncover technology, to figure out what's happening inside of technology. Hacking as a practice allows me to challenge norms, question traditions, practice radical techniques, and critique what we were all taught about do's and don'ts about technology. And personally, for me, it's a very fun activity as it allows me to push the limits of the things I work with and find how far I can go with that practice. Over the past decades, I can't tell you the number of lamps I have broken, the number of Android phones I have bricked, and more recently, how many smart devices that I have rendered not so smart. And so in my creative practice, I do actually spend a lot of time buried in lines of code and looking at schematics. I'm also a theorist and a philosopher. I read and write about technology. If you look at the context of the short history of computing or where we are, we walk around with what are essentially supercomputers in our back pockets. Just in my short lifetime, we've gone from a simple rotary phone, from these magical devices with so much information on them that I cannot possibly ever get to know everything about it in my lifetime. So for me, it's vital that we understand what these advancements are doing to us as humans and as a society. I use critical theory and media theory to examine the world around us. And even though my work in this area takes the form of essays and papers, my source material still tends to be rooted in technology. Just like the hacker side of me, I use the insights that I find in lines of code and in schematics to help us uncover some of these larger implications. But most important to me, I am an artist, and my creative practice informs my examination of technology. People often think when I say that I'm an artist that I draw or paint. While my work can take form of sketching for my own purposes, what I do is termed under this broad area which is called media art. Just like how a painter uses canvas and paint, my art materials are code and electronics. I use them to create aesthetic experiences that function beyond traditional representational forms. I aim to use aesthetics as a way to critically examine technology, and yes, here too, I do spend a lot of time buried in lines of code. I was born in New Delhi, India, and I moved to the US in 2004 to pursue my education. I got my bachelor's and my master's in electrical engineering from Georgia Tech. In my master's, my focus was artificial intelligence. Since then, I've spent working in many different industries, from business to marketing to consulting. And I'm also on the board currently of the Open Source Hardware Association, and I'm an open source advocate. And as Sol mentioned, I'm currently enrolled here at the MFA program at the Stamp School of Art and Design. So people often ask me when I talk about my background, like, why art? Or how I ended up becoming an artist. And to answer this question, I want to go back to a writer, Walter Benjamin, and specifically his essay from 1936 titled "The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction." In this essay, Benjamin talks about how art has evolved and changed in the modern era. And for him, the modern era was the early 1900s. Benjamin saw the transformation in art as a direct result of the changes in the economic structures of the Western world. He specifically examined these changes in the context of the technological advancements that were happening as a result of the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution brought with it the assembly line, the drive for efficiency, and mass production. Art for Benjamin, as a result, had also started to resemble this economic production. He claimed that historically, art had something called an aura, had an appearance of this magical quality, a supernatural force that arise from its uniqueness of the artwork. But the ability to copy, reprint, reproduce challenged this notion of uniqueness. According to Benjamin, the aura had now disappeared in the modern age because art had become easily reproducible. Think of the way a work of classical literature can be easily, cheaply bought in paperback. Or think about a classic painting that can be copied and sold on a simple poster. Now compare this experience of staring at an original piece of work in a gallery or a museum, or visiting a unique historical place. This is the difference that Benjamin was trying to capture. Whether you agree or not with this notion of uniqueness, or that there is the decay of what he called the aura of art, we can nonetheless map the technological changes that he was pointing to how the production of art itself had changed over the years. And so to illustrate this, I will actually talk about a little bit more about art and specifically about the role of paintings. Early paintings were all about representation. Paintings were about capturing reality the way it was for others to see. It was about communicating the moods, feelings, and settings through direct representation. The paintings were interpreting how events and scenes were occurring at that time. These artists captured moments of beauty, despair, and even the mundane. Through the use of color, line, shapes, perspectives, paintings at the time could be seen as a form of record keeping. When we look back at these paintings, we not only see the subjects that are being depicted here, but also the nature of their world. Cultural norms and qualities were all depicted on the canvas. While this tradition has a long history, it was challenged with the arrival of the camera and other recording technologies. Humans now, at this point, could capture reality just the way it was. There was no need to interpret the interpretation. We could see the world just the way it was. We could hear just the way it sounded. With this advancement, art thus also had to change. Photography not only changed the way we recorded reality, but also pushed art into newer directions. Photography itself became an art form, although not without a fight from a traditionalist. There were many who resisted this new form, but it eventually found into the general acceptance. This idea of mastery, of being able to sit in front of a canvas, using paints and colors and drawing to capture the perfect lighting conditions, this was the notion that photography really challenged. With a simple click, now you could capture these same moods and feelings. So what would then happen to paintings? Why would someone paint anymore? Well, fortunately, painting itself as an art form evolved. And we had the rise of different genres, like, for example, here, Cubism, made famous by Pablo Picasso. These paintings had unique shapes and forms that were on the canvas that were never seen before in traditional representational forms. By breaking objects, figures down into distinct areas, these artists aimed to show the different viewpoints at the same time on the 2D surface. Why does a painting only have to represent one perspective? Well, that's the question that Picasso would always ask. And so they hoped to use this 2D space of the canvas to suggest three-dimensional forms. This marked a revolutionary break from the European tradition of creating illusions of real space from a fixed viewpoint. Using the idea of linear perspective, which was something that was dominated since the Renaissance, genres like this challenged that idea. We also had people like Salvador Dali that created these fantastical landscapes that went beyond representation on the canvas. Surrealists like Dali wanted to release the hidden creative potential of the unconscious mind. They were more interested in the subjectivity of the people rather than objectively portraying reality. Dali himself was obsessed with psychoanalysis and Freud and the hidden layers of his mind. These images you can see obviously do not represent any form of reality or the world that we see around us, but this is what was in his mind. This is how he thought of the world. Here in the United States, we had people like Jackson Pollock, whose paintings here were not just paintings. These were gestures and movements. Looking at these works, one can perceive the energetic force that went behind in creating these art pieces. Because of this, because of this this development, the process became as important to the work than the work itself. Pollock would do a dance over his canvas, throwing paint on the floor, creating these complex patterns. Even the assumption and the expectation that a canvas is supposed to be on the wall was challenged as he moved it from the wall to the floor. And you can see this is a picture that still exists of his studio that is now preserved as a visiting place, and you can see all the paint and the colors that have sort of layered the floor over the years. So going back to the question of why art, I believe all these changes in art are tightly intertwined with advances in technology. The form of painting and similarly other art forms evolved not only due to changes in culture and society, but I believe they also evolved due to the advancements in technology. Just like the camera challenged representation, if you can capture reality around you with a camera, what is the point of painting? Painting, as a result, changed its subject altogether. Rather than a threat, painting saw photography as a way to expand its possibility for change. Thus, for me, art provides an access point into appreciating the effects of the advancement of technology. For me, looking at art history of various art practices, one can make a direct connection to the gadgets that seem to inhabit society at various times. So my proposition here is if you want to study the technology, a great way to do is to study art. Of course, our technological progress did not stop at the camera. Since then, we've had lots of advancements that are happening at unprecedented speeds. Devices like the radio, television, wireless communication, personal computers have greatly altered society and culture. Art in this state not only had to challenge the notion of representation, like in painting, what painting was doing, but art also had to challenge itself. Art had to expand its vocabulary from painting, drawing, and sculpture to involve other novel mediums. Photography was just one way of looking at the world. But how does this change our view of the world when we have things like TV and radio around us? Artists in this sort of effort have continued to push this notion of art. Examining the historical relationship of painting to photography, I think provides a good blueprint of considering the artists that have been still experimenting with technology. In 1967, Experiments in Art and Technology, EAT, was officially launched with a group of engineers and the artists Robert Rauschenberg and Robert Whitman. This pioneering event brought together practitioners from two very separate fields that found synergy within their practice. This top left picture is of the Pepsi Pavilion at the World's Trade Fair, and it was the first experiment in this collaboration between interactions between artists and engineers. They explored systems of feedback between aesthetic and technical choices. The EAT group here, they were deeply thinking about how to humanize technology. They created this dome with which was an immersive experience in which viewers could enter this three-dimensional space, and they were greeted by these real images that were created by reflective mirrors. There was also a spatialized sound system that would sort of add to this experience. This invited the spectator to individually and collectively participate in the experience of art, rather than viewing art as something that has a fixed narrative. It's something that's out there. The viewers in this process became part of creating the art itself. The picture on the right is of Nam June Paik, the famous Korean-American artist. He loved CRT TVs. And here you can see he's playing with them. He actually used to take these magnets and put them on the screens and bend the rays that were in them, and it would create these effects and glitches on TVs. Nam June Paik was actually a pioneer in technology in the arts, and he's even accredited with using the term electronic superhighway back in 1974. So this is a great example of how even art itself is adding to the vocabulary of technology. When we think of the cyber world or the web, these things were actually being deeply thought about artists in the 70s. The bottom left picture is of the performer Stellark that created this robotic prosthesis. And he used this in his performance to examine how technology now challenges the notion of the body and the self. What does it mean when you can enhance your abilities as a human being? So for me, art, culture, and technology are so entangled that it does not do us any good to examine these things in a vacuum. And so for me, I use art to understand these changes. For me, using aesthetics as a way to critically examine technology provides me a way to educate people and create this space for reflection and contemplation. So let's examine how far we have come since the TV and the camera and the radio. So we can begin that by asking this question: what do you think is the most abundant man-made object on Earth? Does anyone take a guess? Furniture, clothes, cars? Lots of examples. But it is the humble transistor that is the most abundant, well, one of the most abundant objects on Earth. There are an estimated 1 sextillion, which is 1 trillion of these little things around the world. That's 1 followed by 21 zeros. For comparison, there are only 200 billion stars in the galaxy, and there are only 100 trillion cells in the human body. So the number of these transistors far outweigh what we even see and perceive in reality. These little things are embedded in everything, from computing devices to your phones, to the routers, the switches that beam information around the world. These little things are literally in everything. And the number of these things is not stopping by any time soon. In a short period, and like I said, we have come very far. We are in a state of continued acceleration that I think is both exciting and scary at the same time. It is proposed that by 2023, that's 4 years from now, that a normal home computer will surpass the human brain power. And that by 2045, one single computer could surpass the brain power of all humans combined on Earth. I'm sure if you follow the news, you may have come across this recently, that Google has claimed to have sort of cracked this quantum computing puzzle, although IBM is still sort of doesn't buy that quite a bit. But even if some of these claims are true, this sort of window of acceleration even goes out the window, because now computing can be done at a level that we have not even imagined before. It's even funny to actually look even at a smaller scale, and you see that the history of the smartphones. This stuff you see from the 90s, it seems so ancient. It seems so old. The things we do today on our phones are not even remotely possible on these older devices. But this has happened in our lifetime. And so what we are experiencing today is this accelerated growth, which is one we have to sort of come to terms with. With this acceleration, computing itself is being embedded into the fabric of our society. It is reported by Gartner that by 2025, 7.4 billion Internet of Things devices will be on Earth. Each of these constantly working in the background, processing and collecting data. This is our new reality. Computation is in everything. It is not something that we do every now and then. It is in everything we do. Interestingly, though, even though we've made such amazing advances, most of the devices that we use today are designed to be invisible to us. They are locked behind proprietary systems and legal constructs like terms and conditions that we do not read. And as a result, we are unable to look inside to understand what they are doing. The sleek interfaces that allow us to use them paradoxically hide their inner workings. I'm sure people here have heard the term UI, user interface, user experience, or experience design. But if you really closely look at what that is, while these activities are to make things user-friendly, but they also make things user-unknown. Designers in the fields work very, very hard to hide some of the messy details of our technology. To quote another theorist, Bruno Latour, he says that the way a scientific and technical work is made invisible by its own success, when a machine runs efficiently, when a matter of fact is settled, one need focus only on its inputs and outputs and not on its internal complexity. Thus, paradoxically, the more science and technology succeed, the more opaque and obscure they become. This notion can be also thought of as black boxing. And the more we use our black boxes, the less we know about them. Another way to think about this is to ask another very simple question. If you were a fish, how would you be able to perceive the color of water? This question, again, was thought by lots of other theorists. Marshall McLuhan, a famous media theorist, raised this idea of how do we perceive something that is so close to us? The reality that we presented with today is highly entangled with our computing devices. We are so deeply intertwined with them. How do we make sense of it? How do we step out of it? That brings me to my practice. This is the main focus of my creative work. I want to disturb this normative interaction that we have with our devices so that we can gain deep insight on how they function and thus understand the effect they have on us. Now I will share some of the projects that I have worked on, and hopefully that will shed some light on these sort of theoretical topics. This first project is called Data Delights, and I realized this while I was doing a residency at the Hyde Park Art Center in Chicago. I essentially made a fake vending machine which I placed in the hallway that was leading up to the main exhibition space. I was a part of a group show, and even though this was an art piece, it was not in the main gallery. And even though when people came across this, they were sort of confused about it. Is this an art piece? Is this just a vending machine? You know, it had this sort of ambiguous quality to it. The vending machine was a smart vending machine that was made by Google. And just like Google, it was constructed to have this seamless interaction. When someone would walk up to this machine, they would read these instructions and figure out how to use the vending machine. To use it, you would pull up your phone and connect to the Wi-Fi of this smart vending machine. After which, a web page would open and tell you about this new exciting service that Google had come up with. Then finally, you could select drinks of your choice. And because it was a Google service, at the end of it, you would be asked to log in with your Google account. There was a printer located at the end of this hallway that would then print out your username and password for everyone to see. This project was meant to be provocative and to urge people to think critically about the nature of trust that exists today in the context of our digitally mediated world. Why is that we trust digital systems more than we do our fellow humans? Think about when you're having an argument at a cafe or a bar. In order to resolve that, you trust Google to give you the answer to the question that you're asking. What is it about these interfaces that we don't even think twice before we divulge our deepest, darkest secrets to them? Google knows all of our search histories. Would you be comfortable sharing any of that with the public today? I, of course, had a few angry emails sent to me because of this project. And some people actually even tore the paper and sort of removed it from the installation. All I expected. But part of this experiment was also to force people to think about their relationship with something simple as like their user profile. My hope was that obviously people would go, and I hope people did this, would go and change their passwords after using this device. And in this process, maybe think about the power something as simple as a username and password have on us today. Just these few words separate our private lives from our public. While this installation had its physical form, for me personally, the art resided in the terms and conditions, which, like I said before, most of us don't even read. I had explicitly stated in this terms and condition that this is an art project, it is not a Google product, and I am not personally liable for any data loss or identity theft that anything happens, and you are willingly saying that. Obviously, this was to cover my butt, make sure I don't get sued. But this is also the nature of our reality today. We need this complex legal jargon to render very simple interactions. A simple hello, thank you, I love you text you send to your loved ones. It has this legal construct that's constructed behind it. This next project is called Ping, in which I wanted to further explore this notion of seamlessness of interaction and the trust that we give to our devices. But this exploration was done through looking at look at our digital infrastructure that exists around us. Wi-Fi, most people will agree, has become the necessity of modern life. And what are Wi-Fi signals? They're essentially radio waves that are all around us. It is in the air that we breathe. And so I was very much interested in exploring this sort of hidden landscape that exists around us. Our phones maintain a list of the Wi-Fi routers they have connected to in the past. When we walk around in the world, our phones are constantly looking for these networks. These are called Wi-Fi probe requests. It's a feature that allows you to automatically connect to a router without having to put in your password every single time. That is why when you go home or walk into your apartment, your phone automatically connects to your home network. As a result, our phones are constantly in communication with our environment. Even though when the screen is off, they're still talking to their environment. And so for this installation, I captured all these probes and connected to a bell to shed light on this invisible conversation that is happening in our background. So hopefully I'll have a video. Oh. With this bell, I had this projection on the wall that would list all these probes that were being generated in the room with all the participants that were visiting it. Embedded in this data, you can see there's information like the MAC address of your devices. It has the name of the device. And more importantly, right next to that, it has the Wi-Fi networks that you have connected to. The important thing to note here that I do not ask people to do any interactions from their phones. These are the interactions that the phones are generating in the room. So just by mere being present in this room next to this bell, all this data was being siphoned through from this installation. As the day goes on, the bell rings continuously, vying for people's attention and directing them to this hidden conversation that's happening in our background. This picture is of the setup that I did of this installation at Eastern Michigan University, just down the street. I was a part of a group show called Emergence. And as you can see here, you can kind of get an idea where maybe EMU students hang out, mostly at Buffalo Wild Wings. But these radio waves are not just simple analog signals. They have lots of information that's embedded in them. This, of course, is not a bug. It's a feature that allows Wi-Fi to function normally. What if instead of Buffalo Wild Wings, there were some more controversial places in these radio signals? How do we control them? This sort of insight led me to observing, and I became obsessed with this sort of radiosphere, this sort of invisible environment that's all around us. So through my research, I discovered something called SDRs, or software-defined radios. Some people may have played or experimented with those. These are essentially devices you can buy cheaply on Amazon, and you can connect them to your computer, and you can transmit and receive specific information on a desired frequency. Another radio signal that our phone uses beyond Wi-Fi is GPS. The GPS signal usually is transmitted from a satellite in space. And in fact, sometimes, when you turn on your airplane mode, the GPS radio on your phone continues to function. Next time you should try this. It works on my phone. Next time you get on a plane, even though you're on airplane mode, pull up Google Maps, and you'll see that blue dot sort of flying across continents. It's because this radio signal is coming from space. So using these SDRs, what you can do is actually fool the phone in thinking that it's actually somewhere else. Location-based applications like Instagram use this GPS data for their applications. This project called #WalkTheMachina was a project I did for a symposium called Site, Non-Site, Website. Here I had a giant projection of a live feed of the Mackinac Bridge here in Michigan. This feed is being generated by the Michigan Department of Transportation. Visitors were invited to walk up to the wall and take a selfie or a picture of themselves and post it on social media. But when you walk up to this to a wall, your phone actually automatically gets transported to the bridge. Interesting thing about the Mackinac Bridge is it's actually a non-pedestrian bridge. You're not allowed to walk on it at all. And so, except for one day, I think it's Labor Day where they have this Labor Day walk. But besides that, no pedestrians allowed. So when visitors walked up to take a picture, their picture would be geotagged with the location of the Mackinac Bridge. And so when it was uploaded to social media, it would look as though a bunch of people were actually walking on the bridge, even though they were not allowed to. In fact, you can still scroll down through the Instagram feed and still see these images of people supposedly on the bridge. All these pictures, all the other pictures that you see in this feed are of people that are either on a boat under the bridge, either they're driving on the bridge, or it's from the bridge from far away. But peppered through that are these pictures of people that I sort of forced Instagram to think that they're actually people actually walking. Another key feature of contemporary life is our incessant use of Google Maps to navigate physical spaces. While most of us use it, few of us realize how it spies on our movements to determine the traffic patterns of the roads. This is how Google colors our highways green and red. Map jamming is an intervention to untangle our reliance on Google Maps. Participants are invited to open up the app as I hijack their smartphones. And so through Google Maps, it appears as though all the smartphones are driving on a highway. Collectively, these movements simulate a traffic jam as it converts a green highway to red. Google now believes that there is a congestion on the road, even though physically nothing has changed. This next video is of this intervention I did at the Stamps Gallery here in downtown Ann Arbor. All right, everybody. Welcome to map jamming. So what I want you guys to do is take out your cell phones and open Google Maps. Once you open Google Maps, look for the town Austin in Nevada. Imagine now you're sitting in your car and start driving towards Austin in Nevada.
A mile, head southeast, turn right.
A hidden GPS device in the room hijacks all the smartphones in the gallery space. Even though the visitors are standing stationary, their smartphones appear to move on a highway. Google Maps uses this motion data to determine the congestion level of the roads.
The speed limit on this particular highway is 70, but our phones are now moving at about 25 miles an hour.
Through this activity, we are able to turn a green highway red, thereby simulating heavy traffic conditions on Google Maps.
This is a 75-mile-per-hour highway in the middle of the desert, and collectively we have caused a traffic jam. Thank you so much for helping me causing a little disturbance in Google's infrastructure. Thank you. Google Maps for me is the perfect example of how we put trust and faith in digital systems. Think about when you go to a new city. The first thing you do is put up Google Maps. You figure out where you are, you figure out where you are going, and you figure out how to get there. We pick restaurants, cafes, grocery stores using Google Maps. Hence, Google Maps is more than just a navigation system. It is an interface to our cities. This happens to me a lot. I don't know if people can relate to this, but even the city and the towns that we drive in that we're familiar with, we tend to forget landmarks. We forget the name of streets. It's because we use Google Maps so much. I use Google Maps on the same roads I drive every day. So while forgetting landmarks and street names is one thing, but transgressing borders is another. On November 3rd, 2010, Eden Pastora, a Nicaraguan general, justified his country's incursion into neighboring Costa Rica territory by claiming that, contrary to the customary borderline that was between Nicaragua and Costa Rica, that he was not trespassing at all. And for proof, he's just said, look at Google Maps. This area of the Rio San Juan is disputed, but Google Maps had shown that it belonged to Nicaragua. This error led to what can be considered the very first Google Maps war. Google Earth and Map are becoming the online resource for reference for our Earth, the source of the truth for everything that's territorial. But this popularity, it does not bestow authority. The lines that Google Maps draw on the map, they have no government endorsement. Yet by the virtue of its ubiquity, Google is often the arbiter of any recourse for borders. This error that it existed on Google Maps was then corrected by using some US data on maps. And there are lots of these examples around the world where disputed territories are shown in different locations. And so if this becomes the truth or reality of how we access the real world, can we justify things like war? It is no doubt that we can be influenced, persuaded, and nudged, as what happened in Costa Rica and Nicaragua. I think the 2016 elections are also an example that showcases our vulnerability. Regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, you will acknowledge that it was a historical moment. A majority of the campaigning was done online. And not just by the candidates themselves, but even by us. We all shared, reposted things that we saw online. And so for me, beyond the politics itself, it is what happened behind the scenes that is interesting. I'm sure, as even Denise mentioned about Cambridge Analytica, you guys are aware of what happened. But right, wrong, good or bad aside, one has to acknowledge the fact that these algorithms have power and control over us. And sometimes we don't even realize it. These algorithms and other smart systems are slowly exerting and nudging us in very subtle ways. They persuade us in ways that we don't even come to realize our own actions. How much agency do we really possess today? Are we creating a world in which these systems take more precedence than humans do? Even our physical landscape is changing. This is a picture of the optic fibers that crisscross the Earth. This is essentially what forms the backbone of the internet. Despite the words like cloud or cloud computing, the internet has a physical infrastructure. There are pipes and wires and optic fibers around the world. It has a tangible impact that should not be underestimated. It is calculated that today, 2% of all global emissions come from servers and data warehouses. That's more than the emissions that are produced by airline travel. So every time you do a Google search, you have a carbon footprint, even though you don't realize it. From the deepest oceans to the highest skies, we've also peppered our atmosphere with satellites. It's getting so crowded up there that NASA has to monitor all these things. Majority of this is space junk left from prior missions and rocket launches. And so we have to monitor this so that we don't hit something on the way up there. We've even carved out the Earth itself. These are images of calibration sites that are around the world for satellites. So when satellites every now and then have to calibrate their cameras, their onboard instruments. So you can think of this as a giant QR code that we have created for planet Earth. Even the internet itself is not just inhabited by us anymore. Even though it was designed for us, we have this emergence of bots and automated systems that interact with the network just like we do. As you can see in this graph, this is a report from 2016, and of course, I'm sure it has changed a lot since then. But humans are not the primary users of our networks. We have lots of hidden services, background services that are happening, lots of automated scripts that are doing things. This graph, of course, breaks it down from good and bad, but the point being that we are slowly being pushed away. Our notion of what it means to be a user hence needs to be expanded to not just include humans, but also things. This is an image of the universe as depicted by the Portuguese cosmographer Bartholomew Velo from 1568. This is what's called the geocentric model, where we thought we were the center of the Earth. Obviously, our understanding, center of the universe, sorry. Obviously, our understanding of the universe has since expanded, but the way we look at technology is not. We still think that all these things are designed for us and working for us. They may be designed for us, but the way they come to play out in reality is very different. So the next few projects, I try to imagine what these objects are and how they might have their own lives different from us. They talk and communicate with the environment just like we do. This research is something that has been part of my studies here at University of Michigan, and some of these are works in progress, and some are a little bit more completed. When we turn off our screens, our phones actually do not go to sleep, like I said before. They continue to communicate with their infrastructure. This installation is called Sometimes I Forget My Phone Gets Lonely, in which I had my own personal cell phone in the gallery space that traveled back and forth on a highway in Nevada called the loneliest highway in the US. This endless journey on this obscure landscape represents how digital technologies are designed today to remain invisible to us. Just like the lonely desert highway, there's a mystery that shrouds our technology and functioning of our devices. Sometimes I Forget My Phone Gets Lonely is an interactive art piece where my phone travels along Route 50 in Nevada, also nicknamed the loneliest road in America. In the 1800s, part of this route was used for the gold rush. Today, it consists mostly of large, desolate areas with few or no signs of civilization. The American Automobile Association says, "We warn all motorists not to drive there unless they are confident of their survival skills." Using the technique of GPS spoofing, my phone travels back and forth between the towns of Ely and Austin, which are roughly 150 miles apart. Even though my phone is physically located in the gallery space, through Google Maps it appears as though I am driving alone on this lonely highway. Visitors can text my phone number to interact and ask me where I am. My phone then responds back by taking a picture of its current location by scanning the desert landscape sourced from Google Street View. Even though this is called the loneliest road, Google has nonetheless imaged and captured its barren landscape for all of us to view online. This next project is more work in progress. It's called The Network Speaks. In this project, I basically bought these cheap IoT plugs that you can buy from Amazon. You can buy for $30 for 4. And despite the branding and the different brands, they're all probably made in the same factory. Because when you pry them open, you'll see this sort of chip, the ESP8266, which is an internet Wi-Fi-enabled microcontroller. And this is essentially a simple firmware, or the same firmware that's essentially in all of these devices. By simply holding down the on button, you can actually get into the bootloader mode. And using that, you can actually completely wipe the firmware and write your own software on there. And so for this project, I hacked these devices, and I wanted to connect them, instead of connecting them to a lamp or something that turns on, I wanted to sort of connect them to the network itself. So instead of connecting to humans, I wanted to see what would the network that it's connected to, what does it sound like? So I don't have a video for this, I have some sound. Hopefully this will play. Each of these plugs, they have a relay that's inside of them that goes, it's a very satisfying click on and off. We don't really think about them, we don't really hear that noise, because when you say, Alexa, turn on the lamp, all you notice is the lamp turning on, and you don't notice the sound. And so what I've done here is reprogram these plugs, and so now instead of responding to human interactions, it's responding to any time there is a bot or a background service that's making a request on the network. So all these things are happening in the environment. This small audio is from the setup I'd done in the studio spaces here on campus at an evening where there was nobody around the building. And you can still hear from these sounds that even though it was empty, there's still a lot of activity that's happening in the environment. This last project is also in progress, and I will share some initial research on this before I open up to questions. This summer I was in Linz, Austria doing a residency, and while I was in Europe I came across these little devices. I'm sure you have seen these rent-a-scooters. They're sort of becoming ubiquitous everywhere. In Austria, they were everywhere, and I mean everywhere. After talking to the locals, it wasn't clear that if they had a sort of a say into this. You know, they just showed up overnight, and people now just accept it as their reality. And that's something to me that was really interesting, that why, even though they're so new, even though they're so like alien, they're treated just like the trees, plants, the walkways, like the people that inhabit any city. And so I spent the summer sort of researching this and more technically trying to figure out how they work. And I found out they actually have, they're essentially IoT devices, because you use your phone to unlock them, to write them, and things like that. There's a feature on this where, for example, if you're trying to find a specific scooter, you can ring them from your phone. So, you know, let's say if someone parks it in a very obscure location under a tree or a bush or something, you can basically call them and you can find them. Well, I decided to see what if I can intervene into this system. And so I basically hacked them. Sorry for the bad audio, but I hacked them so I can make them all beep at the same time. My hope was that people would notice these devices. My hope was that people would pay attention to this new occurrence that's happening. Part of, I think, what Denise also mentioned is that we have a very different approach when we think about medical technology. But for some reason, when it comes to things like this, our attitude towards them is very laissez-faire. Something new shows up, and we are just willing to jump on with no critical reflection. And so this is work in progress. I hope to make this into an installation or a performance or something like that. So the times that we live in today are, you know, truly revolutionary, as I've hopefully made a case. Technology is fundamentally changing not only our society and culture, but it's also changing us. But with these changes, one must also consider the other side of things. Yes, having an Alexa in your life can make things convenient. But the more we use these devices, it seems to me that the less we know about our environment, and probably the less we know about us. So my hope is that when we think about technology, when we develop these technology, we can have sort of a wider critical conversation, and that designers and engineers can invite people like artists and theorists and hackers to the table. Thank you very much. I'm happy to entertain any questions or comments too. That'll work.
I'm going to have a whole different feeling when I hear the cicadas in the fall. I'm going to think that you're out there.
Do you have any conferences or anywhere you're going to be doing presentations of the actual, like the GPS spoofing, or where we can go and see it in action?
Yeah, so my final MFA thesis show will be in May here at the Stamps Gallery downtown. So I invite everybody to come and look at the work in person. Oh, sorry, in March. Sorry. Not in May, March. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, I like all your projects. They're very interesting. I just want to ask, are they designed to like remind people of the importance of cybersecurity, or how do they relate to the topic of today's conference in general?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I think at the very core of it, it is security. It is to think about how you design these systems. But to me, I think it's even larger. Like, how do we design security systems for these things? And I think part of it is when we get into the technical weeds, you know, we forget some of these other broader implications. And so I'm hoping that is something that people can walk away when they see my work.
I just want to say that was awesome.
Thank you.
I loved all of those pieces, and it just makes me think, like, all of the issues that I try to raise in my work, and I think many people will understand the issue in a whole different way and much more deeply by seeing any of the work that you show. So thank you. That was really awesome.
Okay, thank you very much, Abhishek.
Thank you.
As your stomachs may be telling you, it's time for lunch. Lunch is on your own. There are restaurants on North University and on South State, which is a short walk from here. So we asked if you would prefer to leave your stuff here. The room will be locked until about 12:45. I myself will be in and around the building as well as some other people. So you can feel safe in leaving it here. The doors will reopen at 12:45, and our next speaker will be here at 1 o'clock. her
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully everybody is peppy, had a nice walk outside, had a nice lunch, and is ready for a full afternoon of getting your brains filled with wonderful news, knowledge around privacy and security at Summit 2019. So this morning, quick recap is we heard from a public health perspective, approaches to emerging socio-technical issues related to privacy and surveillance. Hacking as an art was next. Again, touching on the socio-technical implications of interacting with technology and the secret lives that technology, not just the technologists, live. And in continuing to sort of mix the pot a bit, our next speaker is coming to us from the Ross School of Business, where she's a PhD student, and she'll be talking to us about measuring behavioral changes following data breaches. Please welcome Donna Turgeman.
Can you hear me? Is it on? Yes, now it's on. Hi, welcome everyone. Thank you for coming after lunch, and I know you're a bit perhaps tired, so I'll try to make it very interesting for you. We're going to talk about consequences of data breaches, and in particular, it's going to be a very sexy topic because the data breach that we are going to talk about is of a matchmaking website that is intended for people that are looking for an affair, an extramarital affair. So this is a joint work with my advisor, Fred Feinberg. We're both marketing researchers in the school, in the Ross School of Business, and I'm going to talk to you both on the methodological aspects of investigating users' behavior, but also on the actual results, because I know some of you are interested in privacy. So let's talk a little bit about privacy, about data breaches. We all create data all the time. Usually we enjoy what this data, what we give based on some outcomes. Say Google searches are very well suited for our needs, etc. But we also know that there are many data breaches. In particular, in the United States, there has been more than 9,500 data breaches announced, I'm not saying those that we didn't discover, between the years 2005 to 2019. This means that more than 1.6 billion users have been hacked, and you were probably one of those. Maybe Equifax or other data breaches, we have all been exposed to some extent. Now, measuring the reactions is twofold. First of all, we need to understand what the reactions are for individuals. So usually the easiest task to measure, the easiest measure is identity theft or financial crimes that are related to these data breaches. And this has been shown by several researchers, including Harrell of 2015. However, there is a lot of other loss in privacy that are hard to measure and we all feel or know about. In particular, there are also consequences for companies. So some would say that there is a reduction in spending if a breached channel, such as brick-and-mortar store, might change the behavior of users. There has also been an evidence for short-duration reduction in companies' stock market valuation, and this has also been investigated in the literature of finance. So there can be other harms that have been documented more or less, and some surveys have also suggested that there is a loss in trust in the company. But we all talk about different reactions. We talk about some heterogeneity in the responses. So as I said, again, some customers may stop buying a product in a specific channel that was breached, such as the store, but they may shift to an online store. Some others might stop doing business with the company, but surveys suggest that others will continue or even increase the number of activities they do with the company, just because perhaps the brand is now more important or is more top of mind. So some researchers have suggested some solutions to this negative reactions, and some suggested that compensation may help and mitigate some of the negative costs to firms. In our research, we want to understand whether people change their engagement with the company, whether they actually interact less or more on the channel or on the actual website has been breached. But we also want to investigate the varying reactions and understand why do people differ in their reactions, to understand if some of the importance of privacy matters more to others, if some have more to lose than others on this particular website. So we're going to talk about the data. We're going to talk about how we measure this causal inference issue. We don't have a control group. If everyone were hacked, then we have some kind of causal inference challenge here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the methodology. Then we're going to dive into the results and some differences between people's preferences and how we can show that they differ in their reactions. And we're going to summarize. And I'll be welcoming questions if you have any. So let's talk about the data. We're talking about a data breach to an online affair-seeking website. And just to make sure that I make it clear, we got the data from the company and in collaboration with the company. So we didn't use any of the hack data. And as a matter of fact, I tried not to look at the hack data at all, perhaps being too ethical here. So we got the data from the company. We are using the data on male US users that have joined and actively paid to be an active member on the website. They joined 2 to 6 months prior to the announcement of a severe data breach. This severe data breach was announced by the hackers themselves and was highly publicized to everyone who were just listening to any media outlet. I divide them into 19 different cohorts based on the week of joining the website, and I'll explain later why I do that. And all in all, we have 43,000 users approximately. All of them are from the United States. So what do we look at? We look at messages, searches, and deleted photos. I do not look at the content of messages, and I do not look at the content of searches for this study, but I do see whether they interacted with such activities on the website. In particular, the bottom line of the company is affected by the number of searches and messages, so we'll discuss also the effect on the bottom line. In order to investigate some of the reasons for why people differ in their reactions, I'll look at 2 different profile items. Whether they were married, and surprisingly not all were married. Some of them were single, as they self-declare. And I'll also look at their preferences for privacy as it manifested via their choice to have public photo on the website, or whether they are requiring some kind of reciprocity, whether they require the other side to give their photos in return for their sharing of their own photos. So this is my measure of privacy. Now let's talk about the challenge, the causal inference challenge. So in order to investigate the changes in behavior, we need to have a control and treatment group. But since, as I said, it was highly publicized, the treatment, which is the announcement of the data breach, affected all users on the website at the same time. So all users were treated. So this was a challenge of finding a control group to measure what the behavior would have been otherwise. Let's illustrate that. So if I look at cohorts, group of users that have joined in a specific week, and here on the upper plot, we see the deleted photos. We see that some users are changing their behavior, very often kind of perhaps maximizing the number of deletion of photos at least 3 weeks after they joined the website. But then they kind of have varying behaviors. This is the average number of deleted photos until the breach, which is here in the black line. Then after the breach, we can see that they delete many more photos immediately after, and then they kind of go blank, which is pretty obvious because they've deleted all their photos now. If you look at searches and messages, however, it's not that obvious because the trend of individuals may differ nonetheless, so we can't really tell what they would have done if the breach were not to be announced. So here we need to investigate more deeply to understand and to measure the different reactions. In order to do that, what we do is comparisons across time. As I said, people join in different times, and we say that it's random compared to the announcement of the breach. And they decided to join, and they have some kind of trend in behavior. If we look at cohort number 1 here in blue, we can compare this cohort, all these users in this cohort to the users that have joined before. So if we look at this cohort number 1 as a treatment group, we can compare the others to other cohorts and compare what would have happened if the breach were not to be announced at this particular treatment occasion. Now we can repeat that for other cohorts that have joined before them, perhaps. So here, this red cohort will now be the treatment cohort, and we can compare all the cohorts that preceded their joining and kind of construct what would have happened if the breach were not to be announced for them. So again, if we're looking at the treatment at a specific time that happened in a membership age and not in the real time, then we will be able to know what would probably have been the number of activities for this cohort and compare it to what we actually see happened. So this is how it looks when we compare cohorts across based on their membership age. So here the x-axis is weeks from treatment, and now we have an easier comparison perhaps, but it's still not obvious. If we'll zoom into 3 weeks before and 3 weeks after the data breach was announced or the treatment, we can see that those that are in the dashed line, that are the treatment group, perhaps have reduced the number of searches, and we can see it even better in the average across cohorts. So we can perhaps have some kind of model-free evidence of some reduction in searches and perhaps also in messages. We can also see the increase in number of deleted photos. So we say, well, great, we have some kind of evidence to a reduction in number of activities, but what we know is that people change their engagement nonetheless, so it doesn't mean that they are behaving the same. They might have other types of behavior. So as I said, we can compare across average number of activities per cohort, but average treatment effects perhaps were easy, but people usually have very different patterns across time. So some, and these are illustrations of actual users that I observed, some of them may be very, very low in activity, but then increase their number of activities once they're reminded that they have an account, once this data breach was announced. So will I be able to measure their individual treatment effect? I'll try to do this with a causal inference methodology adapted from Athey et al., which is this causal forest mechanism, if some of you are particularly interested. I adapted this in order to kind of control for specific individual treatment effects or kind of behaviors before and after the data breach. So I used this to match treatment users to those in the control groups based on their behavior before the data breach or before the treatment was announced. So those in the control group were never treated, but those in the treatment group were treated in a particular time, which may vary in their membership age. I matched the timeline before the data breach or before the treatment was announced in order to know how people in the control and treatment group are similar based on their trajectory, based on their trend. Then I can tell what would have been their number of activities if the breach were not to be announced, and to measure what the actual difference is. This will be the individual treatment effect for each user in the treatment groups. So what we see, and this is an aggregate or average individual treatment effect, is that we see that a significant increase in the number of deleted photos. We also saw it in the model-free evidence. And that in the week 2 and 3, it shows that there is a reduction, but it's just because they reduce less, just because they've already deleted their photos before. Now, for searches, what we see is that there is a significant reduction in the probability of making a searches, and it's mainly manifested in the 2nd and 3rd week. Now, what we think is that perhaps in the 1st week after the announcement, there is a lot of excitement. Perhaps people actually search for people that they've heard that were on the website. The data were not yet made public, so they couldn't really search for names because they were not yet made public. But they could have at least kind of perhaps tried to find friends just because they thought that they will be in the same boat with them. Messages also show reduction, so we see a significant reduction in the probability of sending messages. But we also see that there is some attenuation, which is hard for us to validate because we only have 3 weeks after the data breach was announced, in the 3rd week after the data breach. So what we see here is perhaps an evidence of the privacy paradox, that people are hearing about the news and perhaps are reducing their messages, but as time goes by, are getting used to it, or perhaps are kind of habituated to this announcement, perhaps even figuring out that they will get divorced and perhaps looking for an affair nonetheless, but they have nothing to lose at this point. We cannot really investigate due to the lack of horizon in our data set, but I can tell you right now that the website still is up and running and exists, and perhaps even have benefited from this kind of public attention. Perhaps people have realize that they have nothing to lose among the users that have joined, but perhaps others have also started using the website just because they've heard about it. So in terms of kind of perhaps a rough estimation of how much the company lost just among these 43,000 users. As I said again, the bottom line of the company is affected by the cost of messages. So if we see an average reduction of 0.2 messages per user per week, and each message costs between $1.50 to $3, depending on the package that was purchased, and we cannot observe that. So we're talking about roughly $13,000 to $25,000 or $26,000 per week loss for the company. I wouldn't say that is a significant amount given that it's I mean, at least I would expect more loss, but it is nonetheless something that will be impactful. However, I'd argue, and it's hard for me to measure, that perhaps people, as I said, have heard about this company, and perhaps in the long run, they might benefit from this kind of free publicity, even if it's negative. Just to illustrate that our model does feed the data, we can see here that the average effect is actually, of the individual treatment effect, actually fits the model free evidence of how much people are active on the website in terms of deletion of photos, sending messages, and searches on the website. So here in red, you can see that the estimated number of activities, as is estimated from our temporal causal forest model, and we see what we actually observe from the temporal causal inference construction of the control and treatment group, the model-free evidence. So as we said, there are average results, but there is also heterogeneity. People differ in their reactions. In order to investigate that, we'll look at the individual treatment effect, this kind of estimation of the individual treatment effect for each user per week of activities, and we regress it over their cohort just because we can see differences in different cohorts, and also whether they were married and whether they were preferring to be private on the website, again as an indicator of their willingness to share or not share photos publicly. So what we see here is that married people had greater reduction in messages and searches compared to those that did not declare themselves as married, or that actually declared themselves as single because they've had to. So as I said, some people, at least 33% of the population are single, or at least so they declare themselves. And we show that married people had greater reduction in messages and searches. We suspect that it might be an indicator that they have more to lose or that they worried more. We are not sure exactly what the mechanism is there, but we can definitely see a significant difference in their reactions. In addition to that, we see that private people deleted their photos later after the announcement, which is pretty ironic because the data breach did not really, it didn't differ between those that were privacy preferring or not, because the photos were either hacked or not. However, we fear that some of those that were actually preferring to be more private didn't realize the magnitude of the hack, didn't realize that the preferences for privacy wouldn't really matter in the terms of the actual data breach. So we kind of want to use this strong evidence for heterogeneity in order to understand that some people perhaps have more to lose. Some people have more risk in this data breach. And this individual measure will allow us, not only in this one, but in other exogenous shocks and other data breaches, to investigate those who are more at risk and perhaps to offer greater remedy to them, perhaps to offer greater compensation if they are at greater risk. This is not an easy task in this data set, but this can potentially be an evidence that some things can be done. So to summarize, and we can talk more if you have any questions, data breaches and other shocks do happen. It's not a simple measure, it's not simple to measure the effect. There are a lot of different trends to users' behavior. There can be more or less activities before and after the breach that we need to account for. In order to do that, we developed this method that is based on known causal inference, machine learning, non-parametric methods, which I can talk to you more if you want. But we need to understand that this causal inference task is not easy. But now it's becoming more easy. Now we can at least compare people based on what they would have done, based on their control group that we can construct based on their membership age on the website. So these kind of non-parametric methods allow us to know what would have happened and to measure what actually did. So we also learn, and these are more privacy related, that even in an extreme data breach, and I don't think there were any more extreme data breaches, we have very sensitive data leaked of actual privacy invasion, of a behavior that is considered very, very not common in the United States, or at least not something you talk about. We see that there are consequences. We can see that people have reduced their activities, at least in the short time that we observe on the website. But it's also less than what we'd at least expected. We also think that there can be other things that perhaps can be done because the effect is attenuated quickly. If the customers will not be reacting as heavily as we expect, we might want these governmental fees, such as the FTC's fine on Facebook and other companies. We might want to take these into consideration when we see that the effect that customers have is not as extreme as you'd expect. So I do want to thank you for coming here right after lunch. I hope it was interesting. If you want to read more about the paper, please, you can either email me or you can see my tweet on Twitter. I put it as a pin just for you to have easy access. It is available on SSRN, and you can read the paper or talk to me later. But I want to thank you all.
We do have time for questions if you have anything you'd like to ask Dawn about her research.
Please ask me a lot of questions. I can talk about my other project.
I'm sorry?
I can talk about my other projects. Do you have any questions about the method? Yes.
So when the dating company got the results of your analysis, were they surprised?
So the entire management of the company has been replaced since then. We do not have a direct contact with the company at this point, yes.
Okay.
There are consequences when your company is breached, personal consequences.
Particular data point they were surprised by?
I'm sure they have now better estimates of their own bottom line revenues. I'm not sure if they are able to know what would have happened otherwise. So for example, if my hypothesis regarding a positive effect just due to media attention is correct, they might not be able to know if the increased number of new users is mediated by the reduction in other activities. I'm not sure what the reactions would be. Yes.
So I was wondering, what are the tools or applications you use for your analysis?
You're asking about the tools that were used for my analysis?
Yeah.
Okay, so as I said, first of all, the construction of the control and treatment group was done based on the week of joining the website. So this is based on my own construction of what I call temporal causal inference. In particular, then, I use causal forest. I change it to suit my needs and kind of combine different methods. They are all available. I mean, the main package, not adapted. I can also share the code if you want. I code in R, and there is a very easily accessible package there that you can just apply causal forest as it is for various reasons. But if you want my adapted code or whatever, you can just shoot me an email and I can send the code your way. It's an R code.
So what's next? What's your next research project in regards to?
So my next research project, I have a paper that talks about the negative and positive consequences of data collection, because as I said in the beginning, we do have a lot of advantages, and some would argue mainly advantages of data collections. We all use smartphones, we all enjoy GPSs, etc. We all enjoy those, but there are some negative consequences, not necessarily as direct as a data breach, but rather perhaps some things that we are not, that are hard to measure, in a sense, like democracy is being harmed or our sense of free will is being harmed. Perhaps we are targeted more in ads that are intrusive or doesn't feel like we have a sense of privacy. But there are some ways that we can solve these issues while not harming the benefits. And this is one project that is more theoretical in mind. I also have another project that talk about why do people not care about privacy policies? Why do they just click agree and accept? Obviously, I do the same. But we hypothesize that it's more of information avoidance, that they don't want to know. So perhaps you're kind of looking the other way and just going through the app and just wanting to log in. So this is another project I'm working on right now. Yeah, I think we have a question.
Gentlemen?
I guess I did have a question. On the research you did, websites like that are rumored to have kind of automated bot accounts, entirely fake accounts. I was wondering if you saw any evidence of that in your data.
So there were evidence, at least media kind of publications, that there were some fake accounts. I do not see it in the data just because we got the data from the company. We see those users that have paid to be on the website that were real, communicated, were choosing to be part of it, not just logging in to see who's there, but rather making an active choice to pay to be on the website. So we do not observe this in the data set. We can suspect that After the data breach, more of this was revealed, and there are a lot of articles about that, but we do not see it in the data.
Thank you.
Dana, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for her. I know you just got back from lunch, but this might be a good time to take a break. We have another speaker coming up, but before she does, make your way to the lobby, grab something to drink, stop at the restroom. We've also got these privacy cards. We've been getting probably a dozen or so of these turned in hard copy. Take some time, think about it. What 6 words of privacy, what does privacy mean to you? We'd love to hear your thoughts. So thank you. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes.
I remember. That's what I was getting at. I remember.
All right, let's keep things moving along. Remember, we will be having a reception around 4 o'clock this afternoon after a couple more speakers. It is my pleasure to introduce a former colleague, a University of Michigan alum, someone who was early in the hacking of voting devices way back in the day, and now working in the private industry. So Don Isbell, please come up and tell us about your adventures in Apple Watch jailbreaking.
Thank you, Saul. All right, so I don't know about all of you, but around 2 o'clock for me is like food coma time. So if I wasn't here, it's good that I'm speaking because otherwise I'd probably be napping. I'm going to try and keep everybody awake today. Show of hands, how many refreshed their coffee at lunch? Oh, that's not enough. You're going to need that. If you're on the live stream, take advantage of the fact that you can have coffee with you because we can't here in the room. So as Saul said, I'm Dawn Isbell. I'm a mobile security research engineer with NowSecure, and my pronouns are she, her. And today I'm going to take you through a little walk through Apple Watch jailbreaking. How many of you have Apple Watches? How many of you keep your watches up to date? Almost everybody who raised their hand. That's good, I can't hack you today, so that's a plus. So instead of an about me slide, I have a little introduction to this talk because I want to set some context for like where this came from. I started looking at the Apple Watch as a research target about 2 years ago, and back then nobody was really talking about jailbreaking it. Frankly, it probably wasn't very interesting to look at jailbreaking it because it didn't do quite as much 2 years ago as it does now. And the project really for me didn't start out as being specifically about security. It was more about wanting to learn more about the platform, learn more about how jailbreaks are constructed, how exploits work on these platforms, because when I started this, I did not really consider myself much of a reverse engineer. I was not staring at assembly all day. I was not an exploit developer. This is not something that I did at work all the time. My expertise was in application security around iOS, website security, other types of pen testing. So this was sort of uncharted territory for me. And I wanted a focus for some of that energy and desire to learn. And as you might assume, since I didn't have those foundational skills that you kind of need to do this type of work, I made a lot of mistakes. I screwed up quite a bit in this process. So yes, this talk is about how I constructed a jailbreak. It's also largely about failure. It's about all the ways that I failed from point A to point B. And so if you take anything away today from this talk, well, I'll actually say take two things away. One is that failure is very instructive. Without all the mistakes I made, I would not be here today. I would not have the understanding that I have because I had to go in and fix all of the mistakes that I was making, learn why those things were happening. So in a way, failure is what enabled me to come here and tell you this story. But also, if you follow me down this path, you don't have to make these mistakes. I made them for you. Make different mistakes, not the same ones that I made, preferably. And then when you make those new mistakes, please talk about them so then I don't have to make those mistakes as well. Let's make this a two-way conversation. So hopefully this is a collection of pitfalls you can avoid if you decide to also try this out on your own. But besides the sort of selfish motivation for jailbreaking Apple Watch that I had personally, there's a broader motivation around this. And that's the fact that the Apple Watch has really grown since its inception. It's becoming more powerful. It's becoming more independent. We're seeing more data being stored on it. And I think it's safe to assume that with the trajectory of Apple Watch, we're going to see more of that. More data stored, more data transmitted, and some amount of that data is going to be sensitive. It's going to be stuff that we really care about not being exposed. So if we look at some specific examples, the Series 4 watch, which I think is what I'm wearing right now, it doesn't even really require a phone. Like you can go jogging with it and still get a phone call, still text somebody. So we're seeing some independence. It's not tethered to the phone as much as it used to be. watchOS 6, that's the newest version of watchOS, has an app store. You can get apps without needing to do it on your phone. So if we kind of follow that natural trajectory, we can see this becoming an independent platform in and of itself. And when we think about it in that sense, who's watching the watches? Who's actually looking at the security of this, making sure we're not relitigating the same mistakes that we made with iOS? That's the question of the day. So as security folks, if we want to answer that question, if we want to dig into the platform, a jailbreak is ideal. It may not be 100% necessary, but it really eases the path for a lot of operations. If we want to look at App Store apps, pulled directly from the App Store, Apple has their own proprietary encryption. They apply to those to prevent sharing between users. And that is something that we really can't strip very easily without jailbreaking a device. And file system analysis. If we want to see things outside of what an application can see, we're probably going to need to jailbreak the device. And of course, if we want to find more bugs, because that's one of the fun things about having a jailbreak, but that level of access gives you a lot of visibility. You might be able to see things you wouldn't normally be able to see. And that jailbreak is going to come in very handy. So I want to make sure I discuss some prior work here, because I'm definitely not the first person to think of jailbreaking a watch. I'm not the last person who's going to have jailbroken a watch. And when I started this work, like I said, this wasn't really being discussed publicly, but very shortly after I started looking at the watch, Max Bazzali actually presented at DEF CON 25, jailbreaking Apple Watch, and his target was watchOS 2. He actually started, I think, with 3, but then ended up jailbreaking 2 using a couple of different CVEs. And if you watch his presentation, which is very good and I highly recommend it, he went through a very whole painful process of getting to the point where he had jailbroken the watch. And he outlines a lot of his mistakes that he made. So when this presentation came out, I was super excited because I'm like, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm going to watch this. It's going to tell me what I have to do. And I think I understood like 25% of it. Because remember, I didn't know what I was doing. And so today, and you can hold me accountable, make me honest on this one, I have striven to make my presentation 50% understandable. We'll see how I do. I didn't hear a lot of laughter, so I'm a little worried. But I'm hoping this will be understandable enough, even if you are starting where I started, that you can kind of grasp some of the concepts here. Now, the other really important work to what I've done is by a researcher named Tim Starr, and he published something called Jailbreak Time. That was a developer jailbreak, and it was very narrowly aimed at the Series 3 watch running 4.0 and 4.1. And the reason this was so important is this was really the first time, this was about a year ago, a little more than a year ago, that something was published that showed the whole process, that provided a framework. You know, here's how you do it, look at the code, totally open source. And so I grabbed that. One of the first things I tried was backporting that to watchOS 3, which ended up being pretty darn successful, and started me kind of on the journey from there of modifying it for other platforms. So very important work that I want to mention, and everything that you see in the presentation as far as code and stuff, quite a bit of it is going to be drawn from that jailbreak. So coming into this, once I had seen Jailbreak Time, had worked with it a little bit, I was thinking about what my next target would be. And so by the time I had jailbroken watchOS 3, it was pretty much obsolete. That's kind of one of the negative things about working on this kind of stuff is every year you get new versions. Every year something's deprecated. So yay, I got a jailbreak. Boo, it can't really be used for anything anymore. So my next target was watchOS 4. At the time, iOS 12 did not have a jailbreak. And so we were looking at iOS 11 for public jailbreak code, and watchOS 4 was the corresponding version on the watch. Some constraints were in play at the time. You needed a compatible iPhone that compared to the device, and versions, this depends on versions, right? So I had 2 iPhones I could use. One was an 11.3.1, one was an 11.03, both jailbroken, but that meant that I had to target watchOS versions that would pair with those between basically 4.0 and 4.3. And I really wanted to get a Series 2 or 3 because I wanted to buy something that I could still use in a year or 2. I didn't want to get cut off because it was no longer supported. So those were my goals. Now, for me, for iOS, I go to eBay when I want to buy something because on eBay you can get a very specific version of the operating system, a specific hardware type. You don't have to worry about, pulling it out of the box and finding out, well, hopefully, that it's not what you thought. It's different from like walking into a store and buying something. So that's typically where I go. It works really well for iOS. It does not work so good for watches because as it turns out, people don't really think about what version of the operating system is on the watch. It's kind of like a Fitbit, right? You just throw it up on eBay, somebody buys it, who cares? And people don't respond when you email them cold and are like, so what version of watchOS is that? that Apple Watch you posted running. For some reason, they never respond to my emails. I don't know. So the result of this was I had to find a way to identify an appropriate watch without really knowing explicitly what it was running. And I found something interesting. So as I was Googling about the different watch versions, I found out that the pairing screen from watchOS 4 to watchOS 5 is different. On watchOS 4, we still had a home button when that came out. The newest phones still had home buttons. So the pairing screen has a home button on the phone. It's kind of hard to see, I think, in this picture, but it's right there. Whereas on watchOS 5, we didn't have home buttons anymore on the newest phones, boo. So you just had a notch. So I thought, okay, I'll go on eBay and I'll look for watches that have pairing screens and I'll find one that looks like that pairing screen and I will buy it and I will cross my fingers and hope that it's something that I can use. And lo and behold, I got lucky. Because that's exactly what was on eBay, that picture, that like really kind of grisly picture. I ended up with a Series 2 watch, and it was running 4.2.2. So the good news is I could pair it with the phones I already had. The bad news is I could not use the jailbreak time, jailbreak out of the box to jailbreak it. So obviously had a little work ahead of me, but that means I'm here talking about jailbreaks because I figured out how to make one myself. And so the first step here, right away, we need a kernel. If you want to jailbreak something, you're going to need to know what the kernel is that you're working with. So getting the kernel is not as easy as it might sound. I don't know if I make it sound easy. It's not easy. You really need to be specific. You have to have the right kernel for your hardware and for your OS version. And to do that, you need 3 types of information. You need the device type, the OS version, and the build. Those 3 things will get you the correct kernel. Programmatically, you can get that stuff pretty easily, which is these lines right here that I've dropped in. And I cannot emphasize enough, this is really important that you have the correct versions that match your particular hardware. I'm going to say this a couple more times throughout, and you'll see why when you see some of the ways that I screwed up during this process. So when I get kernels, this is kind of where I go, is the iPhone Wiki, iPhoneWiki.com. Which is a website that caters to usually jailbreak developers, talks a lot about what goes on under the hood on iOS specifically. But they have a whole table of all the kernels for all the different types of hardware, for all the different versions. And so what we want to do is we want to download a kernel that doesn't require any prerequisites, because we want the whole thing. We don't want a diff that we're applying to a current version. We want the whole kernel. And we want to make sure it matches our particular hardware. So this corresponds to the hardware I was using. And you can see there's this NA column here where the prerequisite build and version usually would be. So that's what we want to go after. No prerequisites. You can see that this file is bigger than all of the others. That's because it's the whole enchilada, the entire kernel. So that's what we would download. Now, once we have a kernel, the nice thing is they're not encrypted. There's a couple hoops we have to jump through, but we don't have to worry about like decryption or anything like that. The kernel is just a zip file. Once you download it, you unzip it. You navigate to asset data /boot, and we're looking for a file that has, I believe, kernel cache in it. So it's going to have the kernel. It's going to have any kernel extensions packaged with it as well. And then we have to decompress it. And of course, it's not as easy as just like unzipping it. You need a special tool for this. LZSSDEC is what it's called. And you can download the C code because it's not easy enough to just download a binary. You're going to have to compile it. But the C code is pretty accessible. So you grab that, you compile it into your own command line tool, and then you open up the file in a hex editor, something like XD at the command line, and we're looking for the magic number that indicates the start of the kernel, which for the watch is this right here, FFCE-FAED-FE. And once we know where that is, we calculate the offset. So in this case, it's in hex 1B5 or in decimal 437. We feed that to LZSSDEC, and it will decompress the kernel and output it for us. So now we have decompressed, clear text, ready to analyze kernel. So once we have that, and we're pretty confident we've matched it correctly to our hardware once again, we want to start thinking about what exploits we're going to try. Now, I don't have a comfort level where I'm going to just start coming up with exploits out of thin air. So I'm looking at an older version of the watch that has pre-existing exploits that I can hopefully leverage. There's a couple of ways to approach this. One is looking at changelogs, because Apple's pretty good about publishing changelogs for their software, so you can go out and pick out specific CVEs that are specific to the kernel.
The problem with that is a lot of those are not going to be publicly documented. You're not necessarily going to find exploits for all of those that match up really well to those vulnerabilities. So I actually approach it from the other direction, which is looking first for public exploits and then working backwards to see if they apply to the specific platform that I'm using. So a couple places that I like to look are the Project Zero blog. They talk a lot about iOS work, Mac work that they've done, discovering exploits, and walking really granularly through those exploits and how they operate. You can also look at public jailbreaks. So one of the most current iOS jailbreaks is the Uncover jailbreak. It's open source, it's on GitHub. You can look through the code, see what exploits are being used and how they're being used. And this gives you kind of a framework going forward for what you might be able to apply to a specific platform. So I'll get back to specific exploits in a little bit, but first I want to talk a little bit about how you would go about porting one from one platform to another. So my watch was a 32-bit platform. The newest ones, I believe, are 64-bit, but kind of a weird 64-bit. So I stuck with 32-bit, which is ARM v7K. So there's a few differences we have to consider when we're porting. And one is the architecture. We're typically looking at porting 64-bit code since most, if not all, modern iOS devices are going to be running 64-bit now. So we're looking at something like ARM v64 to ARM v7K. There may be some instruction set differences that we have to consider if we're looking for gadgets, if we're looking for specific instructions, looking for offsets programmatically. We also have to consider that the kernel base address is different since we're looking at 64-bit versus 32-bit. So anywhere we're doing calculations or we're relying on that address, we have to make sure that we are taking that into consideration. But probably the biggest and most tedious thing is the change in pointer sizes. So we're going from a 64-bit pointer to a 32-bit pointer. That's going to affect things like data structures. We might need padding in some places. We're probably going to have to adjust sizes and things of that nature. And whenever we're reading or writing to and from memory, if we're reading and writing pointers, we're no longer going to be reading 64 bits, we're going to be reading 32. So there's a lot of just little detail-oriented changes that we have to make sure that it's compatible to a 32-bit platform. Now, one of the key concepts in jailbreaks in general is the idea of offsets. If you've ever played around with jailbreaks or looked at early jailbreaks that maybe only apply to a few platforms, you'll probably see lots of discussions about offsets. The idea with offsets is if we know the address of a key data structure, a key object in memory, we can often calculate other objects or other attributes in that structure in reference to that known address. And you always have to modify these offsets when you're going from platform to platform. Say, porting a jailbreak from an iPhone 6 to an iPhone 8 are going to have different offsets, or from going from a platform like iOS to a platform like watchOS. So there's typically required offsets that you're going to see repeated throughout jailbreaks, and we'll go through one of those in a little bit more detail. So the methods for calculating offsets and determining sizes of structures and things like that, you can do it manually, super tedious, but a lot of the source code is public, so you can actually go grab the source code and walk through it and try and calculate all of that by hand. That's what I did. You'll see why I don't recommend it. You can disassemble the kernel, analyze it. If you're comfortable with that level of analysis, if you're pretty good in assembly, if this is something you do every day, that might work for you. And once you're at that point, honestly, programmatically doing it is probably just one step away, and there are a lot of things like offset finder programs that will dump some of these offsets for you. So that's really kind of the recommended way to go if that's where your level of proficiency is. It's not where mine was at the beginning of this project. So what I did basically is I went out, I looked for the exact version of the source code that corresponded to my particular kernel, and there's different places you can find it. The two that I used were Apple's own open source browser, which will allow you to select the specific version of the source and just browse through all of it. There's also a site called newosxbook.com, which is published by a researcher named Morpheus. And his source browser is similar, but it has one nice feature where you can actually compare flip between two versions of the same source file to see what the differences are. So I kind of jumped back and forth between these two. And so this is basically what I used to find the data structures I needed and kind of cross-reference those to try and do the calculations that I needed to get the offsets for my jailbreak. And so I'll walk you through an example. One of the very common structures that you will see in jailbreaks is the IPC port data structure. It's huge. I mean, I'm not even exaggerating here. It is ginormous. This is just a portion of it. And if you look, you can see it has lots of like substructures That wasn't supposed to happen, but we'll pretend it was. There's a lot of substructures in it. So if you're trying to calculate offsets, you kind of have to explode all of these different structures to find out what all their constituents are. And then you have to look through and find all the type defs and figure out, okay, what does this type def mean? What data type is it under the hood? We have to look at all of our unions and figure out what is the max size of that union so that I can account for it in the data structure, and see if there's any padding for alignment that we need to account for. So there's quite a lot going on here. And so I'm just going to take one little piece and show you some of the calculations that I was doing by hand, and that's the IP messages portion of this data structure. Once it's exploded, that's what it looks like. So that's just that one line. You can see I exploded everything. We no longer have embedded structures here. Everything is, if it's not a KP-TRT, which is basically just a pointer, then it's a basic data type like a uint32, uint64. So we can really see fundamentally what is in this data structure. And I have two columns of numbers. One is the 64-bit offsets from iOS, so that I could kind of mentally check my math and make sure I knew what I was doing. And then the other one is the 32-bit. This was how I calculated offsets for everything, and it's terrible. It's very bad. But if you have no exposure to these data structures, even though this is tedious, it's a really good way to learn about what they look like and exactly what's involved. So even though I say please don't do it unless you absolutely have to, if you're starting where I started, this is actually a pretty good exercise for knowing what you're doing down the line. All right, so after offsets, what we have to think about is how to access different APIs as we're constructing our jailbreak, because as you might assume, a lot of what you do in a jailbreak is very different than what you do from a user space application. We're accessing APIs that are private, things that are disallowed that we really shouldn't be able to do, and Xcode, if you're working in Xcode, is going to do its best to try and prevent you from doing any of those things. So for instance, I've got a snippet from a header file here that just says watchOS prohibited, saying we do not want you to use any of these particular calls. And if you attempt to use them and then compile it in Xcode, Xcode's going to be like, nope, I can't let you do that. So some people are like, I'll just delete them. I'll delete every single watchOS prohibited from every single header file. And I don't recommend that either. I actually did not do that. I was thinking. Every time the source code updates, that's going to get overwritten. So unless this is a one-time thing, it's probably not the way to go. So another option here, and this is something that I got out of the jailbreak time jailbreak, outside of just deleting the flags, is to DL-SIM all of your calls. So you can just wrap that in a call that looks kind of like what you're trying to do. Like for instance, this is for mock message destroy. I just put a little underscore there so it still feels like I'm using the same function, but it's really just wrapping a DL-SIM call for that function. And Xcode does not care about this. It's totally fine. It does not check for this sort of behavior. So in this way, we can kind of get around that constraint that Xcode attempts to place on us, and we can still use Xcode if that's something that you like to do. Okay, so exploit delivery. I mentioned before that I use jailbreak time to do a lot of this work. And my thought process here was basically it already works. I know it works on watchOS 4. I'm also working on watchOS 4, just a later version. There's a good chance that a lot of the code is still going to be compatible, so I might as well not start from zero. I might as well use what's there. So all I really did was gutted it of the exploits. I modified my offsets. I made sure all of the function calls I needed were there, and I replaced the exploits as I went down the line. I had kind of a short list of things that I wanted to try. So I just dumped them in there one at a time, and I used jailbreak time as the delivery mechanism for those exploits. And with that, we actually come to the fun part of the exploit. This is where you need coffee. If you're on the live stream and you have access to coffee, this is where you need it. Just FYI. Okay, so this is where I need coffee too, but all I have is water, so just fingers crossed. So the first one that I looked at was multipath. And this was found by Ian Beer of Google's Project Zero and related to the multipath TCP socket family. This is something you can legitimately use on iOS, although I think it's sort of a more recent thing that they've allowed. On Mac, I think you've been able to use it for a bit longer. And this is a really basic, straightforward vulnerability. Basically, when you construct a socket address, sock_addr, you can supply a length field that is really out of bounds, is not valid. And as long as your socket family is not AF_INET or AF_INET6, when this executes, it doesn't actually check. So basically, it looks something like this. It's like if If your family is AF INET, we're going to bounds check you, and we're going to kick you to an error if you have a bad length. If it's AF INET 6 and your length is bad, same thing, we're going to kick you to the curb. If your family is anything else, YOLO. You can do whatever you want at that point. So, and whatever you want basically means overflow. You can get an overflow to a control pointer at this point. And so really easy, really straightforward to exploit, kind of surprising that it's staring at you from the source code. And so the POC is pretty straightforward too. Looks something like this. We're going to allocate our sec ADDR. We're going to fill it with A's because every good exploit developer knows that A's are magical and you can exploit anything with them. And then we're going to set the length to something shorter than our buffer of A's. All right, and then we're going to set our family to something that's just completely fake because all we want to do is make sure it's not AF INET or AF INET 6. This is the POC. This should work. Now, a smart person would say this POC is so easy, I'm going to try this first on the watch to make sure it works before I go and port the whole thing. I did not do that. I got excited about porting exploits, and I ported the whole thing, and I made it work, and compile, and ran it, and it didn't work. Shock. So I was like, why didn't it work? This is so mysterious. So it turns out on iOS, you need entitlement in order to use multipath, which you can kind of think of as a request to the OS to say, hey, I need this particular capability that you declare. It's declarative. So up front, you say, I need this capability, and ideally, if the OS is feeling good, it will give you that capability. So multipath is one of those things that you have to declare up front. Now, I knew from looking at the change logs that this CVE was supposed to affect the watch. It was like listed, it was written, set in stone, it affects the watch is vulnerable. So I felt really good about this working. So I thought, okay, I will just go into Xcode where it lists all the capabilities and I'll just check the box for multipath and that would be super easy and my exploit will work and I'll be happy. Anybody see multipath in there? It's alphabetical, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not there. there's no multipath for watch. It's not a thing they let you do. So I was like, no, it's cool. I know about entitlements. I can totally get around this. So I just manually made the entitlement. I signed it, went through all the hoops, went to the developer website, checked all the boxes, did all the things. And I verified it. I looked, and it said, no, it's signed with that entitlement. Yeah. It still didn't work. Every time I tried it, I would get a permissions error. And that was about the point that I wanted to throw my laptop out the third-story window. So I thought, maybe this is time to take a step back and not keep trying this exploit. So I don't honestly know 100% for sure why it didn't work, because that was my frustration level at that point in time. My best guess, though, if you dig into the source, this particular error message is thrown if you don't have the appropriate entitlements to use multipath. And I thought I did. And I'm not saying it couldn't have been user error because it absolutely could have been user error, but my hypothesis is that just because you ask for an entitlement, this is pretty well known. You can ask for an entitlement, the OS could say, no, you're not getting that entitlement. So on the watch, it's possible that even if you appropriately ask for multipath, it's going to say you don't need that, you're not supposed to have it, I'm not giving it to you. So that's my working theory. So knowing that that wouldn't work, I had to go to the next exploit in the list that I had. And before I go there, I just want to do a little bit of a level set. How many people here are familiar with reference counting conceptually? Okay, pretty decent amount. I'm just going to do a quick slide on this so that we're all kind of on the same page with what this is and what it means, because it's pretty crucial to the next exploit. So the idea behind reference counting in programming is that we want to track how many references there are to an object, how many things out in the program are using a particular object, because we don't want it to be deallocated too soon when something is still using it. And this is typically going to be implemented by some sort of attribute or variable that keeps account of the references. And there is probably a method to increment and decrement that reference count. So if you're familiar with Objective-C, there's a concept of retain and release in manual memory management, where you can basically declare, yes, I'm using this, I'm going to call retain, that's going to increment the reference count to indicate that I'm using it. And when you're done, you can say release, I'm done, and that decrements the reference count. So ideally, when that reference count gets to 0, that indicates that the memory can be freed and reused. We don't need it anymore. Totally clear, nobody's using it. Now, where it gets tricky, especially in manual memory management. If you over-retain an object, right, you said that you're using it, you're not really using it, maybe this is an accident, then when everybody releases it, you're still going to have a reference out there, but nobody's using the object anymore, so it's just going to hang out in memory forever. And if you do this enough, this is a memory leak, if you do this enough, you'll eventually run out of memory. And if you've programmed, you've probably seen this happen. If you over-release an object, meaning you've said you're done, but you're not really done, you still have the object, you're still using it, that's when we see a use after free. This is a very, very common type of vulnerability used in jailbreaks, modern jailbreaks on both iOS and now on watchOS as well. So when you use after free, the ref count is 0, the object's deallocated, we've reallocated the memory that backs the object, but now when whoever still has a references the object, they're no longer getting the object they think they are getting the reallocated memory. And this can be pretty dangerous when the attacker controls that reallocated memory. So with that, we come to the next exploit, which is voucher swap. And this is credited to Brandon Azad of Google Project Zero as well. And this relates to a function called task swap mock voucher. It's not really very important to understand the exploit to know what a voucher is or what it does. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure I know what it is or what it does. All you need to know is with this function, we can actually control the reference count on a particular voucher object. So if we pass that voucher as the third argument to this function, we can leak a reference, basically increment the reference count. And if we pass it on the second argument, we can decrement the reference count, even though there's no new objects or no new pointers to that particular object, right? Nobody's actually declared they need the object. We're just arbitrarily incrementing and decrementing the reference count. So we can basically force a use after free condition to occur. Now, the really nice thing about this particular vulnerability is that it's very broadly applicable. It's applicable from iOS 11 all the way up to 12.1.2, which means it's applicable all the way into watchOS 5 if we're looking at the watch. So getting something like this to work is great because in theory, this should get us a jailbreak for a whole host of devices. So I'm going to walk through this a little bit. First, the POC, and I was smart. I learned from the last one. I actually tried the POC on the watch before I ported the whole thing, and it worked. So I'll walk you through how this works. It's pretty simple. You're going to create a voucher, first of all. Okay, that gives us a ref count of 1. We're going to exploit this vulnerability to increment our ref count on it. Actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to actually stash a reference to that voucher that's going to increment the ref count. So now we hold a reference and we've stashed a reference. We're then going to exploit the vulnerability and artificially decrement that ref count, even though we haven't released any references. And then we're going to deallocate our own reference. Okay, so now our ref count is 0. When we access or attempt to access the stashed voucher, the reference that we've stashed in the thread, we're going to get a kernel panic because at this point, that memory has been freed. And that's exactly what happens on the watch. If you run this minimal POC, you will get a kernel panic. Now, the tricky part is actually getting something useful out of that use after free. Okay? So it starts out, this exploit starts out pretty much the way the POC does. We're first going to stash a reference to that voucher that we're going to free. And we're actually going to allocate a whole page of vouchers and then free them. So we have potentially this whole contiguous page of freed vouchers. And we're going to try to allocate on top of that memory, now that it's been freed, an array of pointers. So in here, there's one voucher here, one voucher there. Those were already deallocated, that's freed memory. All of these little spaces between the white lines, those are all the pointers, okay, 64-bit pointers for iOS. Now what we want to do is we want to allocate this array so that the lower 32 bits of one of these 64-bit pointers overlays a field on where the voucher was called IVRefs. IVRefs is the ref count for this voucher. Okay. Now, IVRefs has an allowed range. There's some constraints on this. We cannot have a value in that field that goes outside of the allowed range or we get a kernel panic. So we have to be real careful about the pointer values that we're overwriting there because we could cause a kernel panic ourselves if we're not ensuring that the lower 32 bits are inside that constraint. But we're going to assume for now that that's not too hard to do. It's actually not. So once we've set up all these overlapping objects, we're going to exploit this vulnerability in task swap mock voucher to modify IVRefs. Remember, this is the ref count that we can increment or decrement basically arbitrarily. And we can increment that. And as we increment it, we're actually incrementing this pointer as well. And so we can bump that pointer into address space that we actually have some control over. So this is kind of the critical point of this exploit. And some of you may already see why it's a problem on a 32-bit platform. So IVREFS is a 32-bit field. In the original exploit, voucher swap, we are overlaying it with a 64-bit pointer. On watchOS, we have 32-bit pointers. So if we run this as originally written, we're fully overlapping a 32-bit field and a 32-bit pointer. Now, our 32-bit pointers are going to fall outside of the allowed range for that field. We're talking like instant kernel panic. So we could try and modify this somehow to get around this constraint, but like in terms, it's a very elegant exploit. We would pretty much wreck that trying to work around this, because functionally it's just not going to happen. Now, I knew from reading the Project Zero blog that Brandon was not the only one to discover this particular vulnerability. He, in fact, talks about how another researcher independently discovered it and published a blog on how he exploited it, and he exploited it a completely different way. So this gave me some hope. I said, okay, most likely there are other methods of exploiting this that I should look at. And luckily, one of them, MockSwap, was by a researcher who also published a pretty lengthy blog and public source code for his particular exploit. And so that researcher is Ben Sparks, also known as PsychoT. And his exploit, MockSwap, went about this a little bit differently. He basically sprayed IPC vouchers, but he set the ports right here, the IV port field in the voucher, to a pointer that he had control over, basically a userland pointer. So let's pretend that we've just done this and that this particular pointer is what is set in this IV ports field. Now, when I tried this, because this all sounded great, I'm like, oh, I don't even have to do any tricks because I'm pointing right to the stuff I control. Yeah, that's what happened. Kernel panic. Here's the interesting thing, though. Remember, maybe you don't, I'll show you again. So take note of that address, right down there. Do you see anything interesting about the addresses in red? They look awfully familiar, don't they? Like all of these register values, our fault address, those are all really, really close to the address that we had stashed in that IV port field. Kind of makes you go, wonder why that would be. So through some digging, I honestly did not know why that would be when I first saw this. So it took a little Googling, took a little digging. Turns out there's a concept called privileged access never in ARM. This is ARM's version of supervisor mode access prevention. And the idea here is this is a mitigation to prevent exactly the kind of thing that we're trying to do. It's to mitigate the possibility that an exploit will try to get the kernel to point into userland memory. Okay, so this basically would prevent this type of exploit from ever working. Now, why didn't I know this going in, besides the fact I had no idea what I was doing? Basically because watchOS processors are not terribly well documented, at least not to the extent that iOS processors are. So I knew that on my Series 2 I was using an Apple S2 processor, but I really didn't know a heck of a lot outside of that. But when I looked into it, I noticed that that was released on September 7th, 2016. What else was released that exact same day? The very first iPhone that had PAN, and this was documented. So that was the iPhone 7, 7 Plus using the A10 Fusion. So I think we can kind of assume here that what we're looking at on the Series 2 is a similar case. It's basically the first processor on the watch that also uses PAN. Now, luckily, there is a way to bypass this, and there's a publicly disclosed exploit for this as well, MockSwap 2, same developer. And instead of setting the IV port to a pointer we control, we're just going to set it to null. And the reason for this is that when we call thread get mock voucher, if it sees that we have a null IV port, it's going to be like, oh, let me fix that for you. It's going to create a port and stick a pointer in there for us. So we don't even need to do anything. And the best part is, if we iterate back through those vouchers that we created, we can identify exactly which one was changed, because now the port field is different than all of the other ones. It's no longer null. And it discloses that particular kernel pointer to us. So we now know where in memory the kernel is instantiating objects. This is very helpful in our next stage. So the next stage is we're going to create a whole slew of pipe buffers. Okay? And those pipe buffers, we're going to basically write an IPC port struct. And you'll remember that's the same structure we were talking about earlier when we were talking about offsets. We're going to write one of these per page line, right at the beginning of the page. So that's these little white boxes right here. Okay, and we're going to try and kind of guesstimate where these are going to end up in memory based on that leaked pointer that we saw before. We're just going to kind of assume that it's contiguous. They're going to be somewhere after where that pointer was. Then we're going to overwrite all those vouchers that we had before, where we had stuck those null pointers, and we're going to change that port field to be our guesstimated pointer. This is going to be a page-aligned pointer, and we're going to guesstimate it so that we think that it's going to land somewhere in the middle of all those pipe buffers that we just allocated. Okay, and we have a lot of pipe buffers, so if we're off a little bit, it doesn't have to be right in the middle. We just want it to be somewhere in that range. Ideally, it is going to point right to one of those IPC port fake structures that we wrote to that memory, wrote to that pipe. We'll then call thread get mock voucher, and this will get us a send write, ideally, to the port that we are pointing to. And the fact that you don't need to know what a send write is to understand why this is significant. What you do need to know, you see that itty bitty dot that I put right there? When we get that send write, there is a field on the port in that data structure that's going to be incremented, and that's what we're looking for. We want to be able to look back at all of those ports and pick out the one that was modified, and that's going to allow us to do that. And that's basically exactly what we're going to do. We're going to look for the IP_s writes field and look for that to be incremented from what we originally set it to. Okay, so yeah, in an ideal world, that's what would happen. But this is what happened to me. Every single time I ran this, and I changed everything I could think of. I did more ports, like I wrote multiple ports per page. I did more pages. I did more pipe buffers. I did less. I thought, okay, maybe it's landing after the pipe buffers. Maybe it's landing in the middle instead of at the beginning of the page. I can't even tell you. This was another like throwing the computer out the window sort of moment. And no matter what I did, that is the message that I saw. I can't find it. It's not there. And all I could think of, if only I could see what it was writing to the pipe buffer. Like in my head, I'm sure if I could see physically what it was writing, I would know what the problem is. And I know those of you who have done development ever are like, hey, there's a debugger. That's what it's for. Like you can just go write an Xcode and click some stuff, and there's a debugger, yeah. So of course I went to Stack Overflow. And I searched for how do you do a hex dump of arbitrary memory, and it's so helpful, you know. Lo and behold, you know, the following code will give you a hex dump of arbitrary memory. Oh, thanks. I did look at it, by the way, to make sure it wasn't going to like root my computer or something. I mean, I am a security person, so I did read it first, but then I copied it and I dumped it into Xcode, into my project. And the interesting thing, as soon as I started hex dumping all of those structures, I saw what the problem was. So up in the right-hand corner, that's basically how I initialized those fake ports. And you'll notice in that last line, there's an integer 99. So I'm setting the send writes field that we're looking for to 99, which in hex is 63. So in most of the structures that I dumped, it looked like that top one, and I've highlighted this one line here. You can see there's the 63. That's what I would expect. That's where I put my 99. And a bunch of zeros. Okay, cool. Then I found the one that was different, the one that had been modified. And it still had a 63. That shouldn't be a 63, though. Like, I'm expecting that to be incremented. But later on down the line, there's a bunch of ones. So something's getting incremented. But what I think should be incremented and what the kernel thinks should be incremented are clearly not the same thing. So that's weird. So I went back to my data structures. Remember how I said how important it is to like get the offsets right and make sure your data structures are correct and correspond to what the kernel thinks is, yeah. So I went back to this union in the IPC port structure. And when I had initially been doing my tedious, you know, hand calculations, I looked at this and I said, oh yeah, I see that pointer's 4 bytes. And yeah, that other structure's like a couple of bytes. So clearly this is 4 bytes and this unit is the max size. Does anybody see what I did wrong? Raise your hand if you see, oh yeah, I missed that 7. There's a whole 7 there. That's not a couple of bytes. Yeah, no, that's like 8 bytes, not 4. That makes a difference. So I went back, I put some padding in the definition of my structure that I was using to write, And lo and behold, hey, it worked. Holy moly. My favorite part, by the way, and I didn't add this, this is already in the jailbreak, is how it says really jailbroken at the end. In case you weren't sure, when you get to the end, if it works, that's how you know. Okay, so I would have liked to show start to finish how the whole process works. But I'll be honest with you, it's a lot of boring because you're sitting there and waiting, and there's not even any scrolling or anything exciting to look at. So I'm going to skip all that. I'll skip all the scrolling. We're going to see a demo of after the jailbreak, like what that actually looks like. And I'm going to see if this plays. Oh, yay. Okay. So we're going to use something called Companion Proxy, which is a program, I believe, written by Luca Tedesco. And what this does is it allows us to forward a port from the watch. I set up basically an SSH server there. Forwarded port 22 to my phone because they're connected. And then I'm using iRelay to forward that port on my phone to my local Mac laptop. That allows me to basically SSH to localhost, and it will just bounce those communications through the phone to the watch. And that will get us onto the watch. So you can see just, for proof, it is indeed a watch. I made a little modification. So it's a Pirate ARM processor, just for fun. It isn't really, you're not gonna see that if you dump a stock watch, but I thought it was cool. All right, so future work. There's actually a lot to be done here because I finished this jailbreak, got it operational about 2 months ago. And then watchOS 6 came out, so guess what? watchOS 4 is now obsolete, yay. So now I have to look ahead to watchOS 5. So the next step is really looking at jailbreaking watchOS 5. And you'll recall I said that this particular vulnerability that I used here, it's for both voucher swap and mock swap, is pretty broadly applicable, and that is true. This should theoretically work up until 5.1.2, although there may be some different mitigations I have to deal with on watchOS 5. Unfortunately, my research watch that runs watchOS 5 runs 5.1.3, of course. So most likely the next exploit I'm looking at is the sock puppet exploit, which should, in theory, work on that version and beyond, a little bit beyond. The other thing is some of you may have heard about Checkmate. How many people here have heard about the Checkmate? Just one? Okay, oh, there's two. Go out and Google that. It's 3, hey, thank you. Go out and Google that because it's really kind of revolutionary in terms of jailbreaking, but in theory, I believe that should be applicable to the watch, so that is also kind of on my list to look at down the road. And of course, once we have an operational jailbreak that we can use that's fairly stable, that we can use for security analysis, we need tools. So my go-to tools for analysis for iOS applications are Frida and Radare. Radare is actually already ported to the watch. I was able to complete that a couple months ago. So you can now run Radare directly on your Apple Watch. And if you've ever used Radare, you know that this is completely unnecessary, but it's really cool to be like, yeah, I'm running Radare on this. Check it out. So that's really why I did it. But Frida is something that's going to be really key to be able to instrument watch extensions at runtime and be able to interact with them for security testing the way that we would with iOS applications. And of course, part of this work, the whole point, is to find more bugs, make the platform more secure, and write more tools so that we can make applications more secure as well. So if this is work that you're interested in, if you'd like to kind of see where I got some of these resources, this is like the screen that you need to take a picture of. I don't know if these slides will be available later. So I would suggest like getting your phone out and doing it now. This is all the references that I had during the presentation that I mentioned, and some other presentations that are actually very solid on this topic. And I'll give everybody a minute to finish taking pictures. Okay. And then for resources, I mentioned a couple of different tools that I use and some websites that I leaned on during development, and that is this list right here. Most of this is fairly easy to find, but you kind of have to know where to look, honestly, and that's one of the big hurdles. You're not going to find one big tutorial on the internet that's like, here's how you jailbreak something, do this, and then do that. No, you're going to have to glue stuff together from all over the place. So I'm trying kind of to give you a leg up by putting it all in one spot, and hopefully that helps somebody. Okay, well, that is it for me. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody sitting through it. and staying awake. Thank you.
We do have time for questions, so if you want to step up to the microphone, ask Don anything about that.
Anything, within reason. I may not even know the answer, but I'll listen to the question.
Just to touch on what you just said about the slides and the recordings will be posted back to the Summit 2019 website. U of M is doing more of a intentional job of making sure that everything is accessible, so the videos do take a little bit more time to get them back from Michigan Media and then send them out to get live captioned so that we can have them up there for everybody with captions properly. So it'll be a week and a half to 2 weeks to get those up there. So.
In the meantime, if you think of questions after you leave here today, I am on Twitter. You can tweet at me at Dawn Isabel. It's pretty easy to remember. Feel free to ask questions then or comment or, you know, whatever. If you want to just tweet everybody and be like, oh, this was like the best talk, and you want to tag me, I won't object to that. So yeah, I guess we're good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have talked to the caterer and we're moving up time because we're a little ahead of schedule. We got one more presentation to go, but we are going to take a break. Make sure you stop by the table, check out the swag that's there, what's left. Just think about the holidays. Privacy door hanger if you want to get away from your relatives. It'll give them something to read while you're locked away in whatever room you are and keep them at bay. Stocking stuffers, you know, all that kind of stuff. Or just things to wipe away your tears when you don't get what you want for a gift. But anyway, take a few minutes, go get some coffee, take a stretch, and we'll be back here in a little while.
Okay, everybody, take your seats as we move towards the end of Summit 19. A quick audience poll. How many people here are experienced in the martial arts? I see a couple hands. And our next speaker, amongst other roles, is actually the Chief Operations Officer of the Women's Society of Cyber Jiu-Jitsu. So if there isn't a cooler name of an organization, I don't know what it is. So a little bit about Nancy Thacker, our next speaker. She's a security specialist with Stanford Federal Credit Union and the Chief Operating Officer, as I said, of the Women's Society of Cyber Jiu-Jitsu. She's going to teach us all about some of the rules of the game of cybersecurity. I think you've heard a lot about the rules, the perils, and the challenges throughout the course of the day. So, Nancy, why don't you take us home?
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I'm very excited to present at the first summit for me. Thank you, Saul. Thank you, Dawn, for making this a possibility. Before we get started, how many of you already... Check the microphone. Testing. How many of you here study InfoSec or are part of the industry already? Okay, with those, about like 3/4 of the audience, those people, keep your hands up. How many of you knew this was the field when someone first asked you, what do you want to be when you grow up? No, my story is exactly like that. There have been a lot of detours in my life. I did my undergrad in life sciences, and I had my doctorate applications for nanotechnology already when my mom calls me and says, Monsi, my emails disappeared. As a millennial, I was pretty arrogant at that time. I was like, are you at the right page? Did you try your caps lock? Mom? And so she's like, no, look, I really can't see my emails. And that's when I got to know the concept of unauthorized access. Because it was my mom, it hit home both literally and figuratively. I got interested in it, and I switched my degree into cybersecurity operations. That being said, I then started at Sony PlayStation, part of their governance, risk, and compliance. So GRC, in case you guys don't know, I like to think of it as a thread, right, that connects all the different beads within the organization, including InfoSec and even outside of InfoSec. After that, I joined Stanford Federal Credit Union, where I'm a security specialist. What that means is, outside of GRC, I now also oversee different security operations like onboarding, vulnerability management, and so on. Outside of the day job, as Saul correctly mentioned, I'm the Chief Operating Officer for a 501c3 national nonprofit aimed at the intersection of diversity and tech. Outside of that, over the summers, I like to spend my time volunteering to protect what is often known as the most hostile network on the planet at DEF CON. Over the next hour, as you have gathered from other talks, cybersecurity isn't a single-player game. Everybody must step in and play their role. But how can we do that if we don't even know what it is? I would like to talk about the current status. So why do we need defenders now more than ever? The different roles, what is a defender, and the call to activate, tag, you're it. So while preparing for this talk, I wanted to capture the essence of cybersecurity. Like, why should anyone really care? Outside of those who raised their hands earlier because they're already in the field, anyone outside of that know why cybersecurity? Like, I would like to know, why are you here today if you're not already in the field? Anyone want to share? Okay. So here's a snippet from a PBS documentary called Life Hackers that I had a chance to be part of while being in grad school that I hope sheds a bit of light on why we need defenders.
When people hear cybersecurity, it's this kind of vague term. It's kind of scary, but what does that mean?
There's just so much that we don't know. Every day something new is coming up.
Our lives are becoming so connected. Everything in our house is now being brought online and is now a huge attack vector.
My bank account number,
They can hack into your computer,
and my credit card number,
steal your entire
my
identity.
social security
You can
number.
develop the most secure operating system in the world. You can run all the security products you have, but at the end of the day,
This is the future.
until people know just as much about cybersecurity as they do about looking both ways before they cross the street, then it's still going to be a problem.
Cyber criminal activity is now more lucrative than trading illegally in drugs. That's now driving people towards attacking healthcare providers, hospitals.
Steal your entire identity. As a nation, we don't realize the importance of cybersecurity.
Now that video wasn't meant to scare you and go off be a hermit. On the contrary, it's to rise up to the challenge, right? I really like that one sentence where it said, unless you know so much about cybersecurity as much as you do about crossing or looking both sides of the street before crossing, it's an issue. But these are just words. Let's look at what's actually happening. So in order to fully visualize how global the landscape is, I took a screen recording on Sunday of Kaspersky Labs cyber threat map. So you can see here that how we're all under attack, so to speak, right? The green is showing botnet activity, the blue is showing web threats, and the yellow is actually vulnerabilities. Apart from that, what this map actually even does, it tells you how targeted the different countries are. So Canada, Romania, Saudi Arabia, India. So through such maps, it may not actually be useful to companies. I get that, because what can we do if we just see this map? But it's definitely helpful when we're trying to entice the users to be more proactive about their safety. Here's another map that I found by ThreatBot. So similar to the previous map, this too showcases the target country, the country of origination. You see attackers listed, such as PutterPanda, exploitations such as WordPress plugins, and even how effective they are, as in like it's super effective or it didn't really do much. As a disclaimer, I don't own any of these resources. This is just something I came up with while doing research. The links and stuff are provided in the deck in case you're interested. So these hacks, breaches, investigations affect most, if not all of us in one way or another. And though there's information sharing methods, right? When I was in Sony, all the sister companies, so Sony Electronics, Mobile, PlayStation, we should all come together and kind of share trends in attack. Even now, part of a financial institution, we kind of collaborate with other FIs and talk about what is the threat intelligence, what's happening in the space. But seeing with so much going on, we don't have enough defenders. That's why we need you guys to step up. So I've mentioned defenders a couple of times. Let's take a look at who the actual role players are. There are three main roles: the attackers, the victims, and of course, the defenders. So the attackers, they can be in any kind of form, really. They can be a hacktivist, a state-sponsored spy. They can also be our cyber unaware neighbor, friend, or family member. So earlier this morning, Dr. Denise was talking about the different cameras that are just there, embedded everywhere, and kind of talking about facial recognition and all of that. So here, to this place, is a live video cam that I took, again, a recording of someone just put it outside their garage. But what they didn't do was they didn't change the default configurations that came along with it. So now all of a sudden, something that's meant to protect your home and stuff is rather now in vulnerability, and you've just exposed yourself. Not only yourself, but even your neighbors across the street. Now we can kind of see in and out who's going, who's not there. Are you on vacation? Are you not? And all this because the default configurations were not changed. One of the questions earlier was that, the attackers are always so innovative. They have to think outside the box in order to hack us. But that's not really the case here, right? We're literally serving up our data on a silver platter for the entire world to see. Again, this recording or video, along with many others like it, it's part of this insectcam.org. I would highly suggest go check it out, and it's crazy, right? It's from all over the world, and people are sitting in their homes, they're in the fitness center, and again, it's just the default configuration, the default password. Nobody thought of changing that. I would be remiss if I didn't actually share that the attackers can also be one of the good guys, right? So my counterparts in the red team, ethical hackers can also kind of fall into this category. But for this talk, let's just focus on those that have an explicit permission with their target, so to speak, to attack them. The next set of group is the victim. So these range from people to entire nation states. If you remember in that cyber threat map, right, we were talking about, it showed all the different countries that were under attack. USA was the 5th most targeted country at that time on Sunday when I took that recording. All the different breaches just show that the people affected range in millions. Capital One, which is something more recent, can also be added to this list because I think it had around 106 million people were affected because of that breach. And similar, using the same resource as the last slide, here we see a woman cooking in her kitchen. This looks like the camera from like a fridge or something, but because the default configurations were not changed, she's not only not put herself, but her entire family at risk. Not to sound creepy, but I did take a look at these videos before taking a screenshot, and you can just see her coming in, going out. There's an iPhone on the counter, it sometimes buzzes in. That's crazy, right? So again, we're serving up our data on a silver platter for anyone to use, and then we can't necessarily say, oh, attackers have to be super innovative or super outside the box, because we're just giving it to them. And last but not the least, the defender. So according to Wikipedia, because that's my source, a defender is individuals who perform analysis of information systems to ensure security, identify security flaws, verify the effectiveness of each security measure, and to make certain all security measures will continue to be effective after implementation. I would add that it's not always about being on the front lines of implementing or finding out something. It can also just be as simple as sharing the knowledge that we have proactively with others. So my take on the definition would be this: individuals who have the intention, courage, and passion to create and leverage best practices and tools to better secure themselves and those around them. So nowhere does it mention that you must have a certain pedigree or a certain number of certifications or an expertise, come from a certain sector of the community in order to be a defender. All these ladies are defenders in their own rights. They're part of the Women's Society of Cyber Jitsu, that's how they have their photo. Part of the documentary that I showed earlier was me traveling cross-country in a bright green RV to interview trailblazers in the field. So I met with CEOs, CISOs, engineers, directors, analysts, and the common theme was just this, that they came from different walks of life, whether it be economics, anthropology, psychology, even English lit, and they all said that that made them a better cybersecurity defender. So if you have any doubts that you don't look like a hacker, you don't look like a defender, you can't be in cybersecurity, I would suggest you take that doubt, right, crumple it up, melt it, burn it, throw it in the trash, because that's not true. Anyone can be a defender, and actually I'm here to say that we are all defenders. So don't take my word for it, let's hear from Michael Eccles on how he became a defender.
My story is your story. And so as a kid in Alabama, we were dirt poor. The thing that I got from my parents was understanding that we came from Birmingham, Alabama, understanding the civil rights movement. Even though I was a little kid, I was a little kid, I knew what they went through. And so that drives me, because I didn't know how to get to where I wanted to go, but I knew I really had to work at this. Every day was a struggle. Every day was a struggle. But I stuck to my principles. I ended up getting my master's in biotechnology. I ended up going back getting my MBA, worked in technology for years. I've worked with industry, I've worked with government, with the Department of Homeland Security, but it is a tough road. It is. I cannot tell you the amount of rooms that I sat in where I wasn't the only black guy. I'm the only minority. And so as you were speaking earlier, you're telling my story, because I know how it feels. I know what it is. Nobody's gonna do it for you. Nobody's gonna give you anything. For you to actually get up and go get it. You have to tap into the passion.
If that didn't make it already clear. So kind of what Saul mentioned this morning, I think in his keynote, right, that it is our shared responsibility to defend. So now that we have an agreement that defenders are very much needed because we are under attack, whether it's the attackers outwitting us or whether we're literally serving up our data on a silver platter. And two, that everyone is a defender. Here in this room, everyone online, we are defenders. Just admit it, you are. And so now let's activate it, right? Users come from all walks of life, and we're all wired a little differently. No longer is it okay or even viable to just tell the user what to do without them asking why. And if they haven't asked you why, tell them to ask you why, right? We want them to understand why that's the case. So it's said that the best way to learn something is to teach it to someone else. And as defenders, bless you, we are teachers. Now, don't take this the wrong way. I'm not asking you to quit your profession, turn into cybersecurity. However, if you want to do that, I will definitely support you. Nor am I saying to go become a professor. What I am saying is to reach out and communicate proactively with your neighbors, family members, friends, colleagues, organizations. Kind of like this tweet, right? I love this tweet because it says, what password manager would you recommend to a non-technical user? And if we have the same answer, kind of like just memorized and we just spit it out, we may sometimes miss the question, kind of what's shown here. I'll give you an example of my own. A user asked me, how do I take a screenshot on a Mac? Super easy, right? So I was like, oh, shift, loop squared 4, like, da-da-da-da. And the user just looked at me, like, super confused, super blank, and so I awkwardly stared at them back. I was like, what do you want me to say? Like, that's how you take a screenshot. I wasn't wrong per se, right? However, there was another way of saying it. I could have said the word command instead of saying loop squared. Loop squared just because in grad school, that's what we called it. I could have said the key to the right of the option. It's a simple example, but it serves the point that everyone understands things in a different way. So over the years, I've definitely had multiple such awkward sharing contests, and each time it has focused me or forced me to find out another way to explain, another way to share this information. How can I help someone else learn this? Something that's not here. So this past summer, I was at DEF CON, and I wanted tiramisu. So I went down from my hotel room, and in my pocket, I just had the room key, my corporate card, and then my personal credit card. That's all I had. And I was like, oh, I just really want tiramisu. It was like a 12-hour day of like pulling cables for the knock. And so I went downstairs, and I was in line, came to the cashier, and I said, oh, can I get a tiramisu? And she said, oh, do you have an ID card with you? And I said, no, I don't, but it's in my room. Is that something that's required? Why do you need an ID? And she's like, well, let me see what you have. And so then I pulled out the 3 cards, right? I had my room key and 2 credit cards. And she said, oh, you know what? As long as the 2 credit cards have the same name, that's okay. That's all we really care about. And I was like, wait, what? Because that means I can pickpocket, not that I would, but I could, right? Pickpocket anyone else, like Joel's, right? Have 2 credit cards with the name Joel and be like, would that work? And so I brought this up to her, and she was just like, another awkward silence. So we talked it out. We've raised up the level. Not that it was super important to resolve at that time, but it's important for us as defenders to share with the users why we're asking them to do something. I hope both those examples kind of drive that point in, right? So now that we're defenders, let's actually activate our superpower, right? So for this, we're going to be looking at HTTP versus HTTPS. I'm going to skip over the technical jargon because it looks like the room is well versed in it. The key difference, in case someone online isn't, is, in my mind at least, is that when you see a lock like we do for Michigan, it just means as HTTPS. The S stands for secure, which doesn't mean safe, it just means as encrypted. And HTTP, as we see on the MIT website, just means that it's not encrypted. So at PlayStation, as an intern, I had to kind of organize these lunch and learns. And so Andrew Kraut, in case you're watching, this is me giving you a shout out, right? He asked me, why does encryption matter? And I was like, oh, that's because so no one can like read your notes, right? It's kind of like passing notes in school or something. You kind of write it in code so nobody else can kind of break it. And he said, okay, he's like, if you had to depict encryption, how would you do it? And my mind started racing, like symmetric, asymmetric, RSA, AES, like what's the right answer to that? And so together we came up with this concept of playing bingo in order to depict encryption for a man-in-the-middle attack. Here's the official definition of man in the middle. Again, my favorite source, Wikipedia. But essentially all it's saying is just that if a man in the middle is someone who can come and change the data. In order to view this live demo, I need 3 volunteers. You guys can just come up. Thank you. Volunteer 1, 2, 1 more. Thanks. Okay, we'll make you the man in the middle, so you can come be my attacker. And essentially, I wanted to play this using Bingo Game. However, Amazon, it's delayed, so we're gonna kind of do it old school. So if you guys wanna come here, 1 on each side. They will be my users, and there are going to be 2 balls that don't have anything written on it. These are yours. And essentially, it's just going to be simple, right? So user 1 is going to transmit something without encryption just to user 2. So user 1, just roll across. Cool. What's the number on that?
1.
1. User, you didn't read the number, but yeah, so we saw it's just 1 goes to 1, right? Let's try that again. Read the number beforehand. Okay, what's that?
24.
Was that the number? Yeah, simple, right? Now let's have the man in the middle come and attack. So, man in the middle, as that ball is rolling through, you're going to just swipe out with your own. Okay, ready, set, go. What's the number?
There isn't one.
There isn't one. Did you have a number when you rolled it?
Yes.
Yes, and so what that means is that because it's not encrypted, right, the man in the middle can come and change the data. Again, I know it's a pretty simple example, but next time your users ask you, like, do I really need to encrypt my iPhone backup, or why would I even want to do that? This is why, right? Because otherwise, if it's not encrypted, you can get someone who changes it. So now let's look at what an encryption would actually be. Balls up. Okay, so now we have a box. In this case, it's going to represent the encryption, right? There are going to be 2 keys, which I'm having trouble getting up. Okay, we're going to pretend that's ready. So now you're going to lock it up with 1 key and put it in. Make him do the hard work of closing it. It's okay. So we're going to lock it up, and then we're going to pass it along. So man in the middle, because it's locked, they can see that the data is being passed through, but they can't change the data. We're going to assume that the user 2 opened it up with a key, and then it's the same data. And that's the power of encryption. Thanks, guys. So phishing. Again, I'm going to skip over what it means because there's tons of articles on it. Everyone's kind of well aware. Various companies and organizations tend to simulate phishing campaigns. And while vetting a vendor, things get often personal, right? Because you're asking them, hey, how are you actually securing stuff? Are you doing what you say that you're doing, kind of thing? And so one of the vendor representatives and I got to talking, and the topic of phishing came up. And why wouldn't it, right? The statistics are mind-boggling. Over 90% of breaches, like, they start off with the phishing, right? It's a very low effort because you can just put out a link and just have it sitting there. There's no expiry date, so to speak. And when a user comes and clicks on it, it could potentially be bingo for you. So we started talking about it, and one of the ways to mitigate phishing is 2FA. So I asked, I was like, hey, are you guys implementing that? And the vendor representative said, no, because it's too tedious for our executive to try it. And I was like, what? Just for 2FA, we're not implementing that because of an executive? And that again shows, right, the kind of people that we have to communicate to are users. The users can also be an executive. So what I ended up doing was with the former CEO, phone's always the culprit, huh? Okay. Thanks. Right, so with the founder and former CEO of Women's Society of Cyberjitsu, we ended up creating a demo for people like the executives or just general in community, how easy it is to set up a site and spoof it up. So I'm going to show you that now.
I'm doing a really short video showing you how I can hack you. I was initially doing a much longer version to show our girls that are in our Cyberjitsu Girls Academy program how to do this and how to also protect themselves, but be able to teach other girls how to use the tool and be able to talk at conferences and whatnot. So I figured, I'd make a shorter version to show you, the average home user, how easy it is to get hacked. So this is obviously not for my cyber friends because you guys know all this stuff already. So I'm basically going to create a phishing attack coupled with a well-known industry tool that we use. And it's like a 2-minute thing to get somebody, if you can get somebody to click on your link. So I just wanted to show you how easy it was and then also give you some tips on how to protect yourself. Alright, so now I'm going to show you my setup, and I'm sharing my screen right now so you can actually see what I see. And this is my desktop at home, and right now I have 2 windows up. One here on the left, this window here is essentially my hacking machine, which is on a server that I'm paying for in the cloud because this demo wouldn't work at home because my ISP is blocking traffic back to me at the house. And the second window here is Monsi. She is in San Diego helping me with this demo, and I just wanted you to see her IP address here, which shows her being in a different locale than me here in Los Angeles. And if you wanted me to prove it, I'm going to open up, I actually have my IP address up here, which is totally different from hers. Alright, so on to the demo. I've set everything up, and basically my server is acting as a web server waiting for her to click my link, and I chose this Google template this time around, and let's see what happens. So Monsi, if you could go to your email. I sent her 2 emails, one from my Gmail to her Gmail and one from this fake website emailer, and I'm going to show you guys where that goes. So we could see her email there, if you could click that. So I did go into her regular inbox, and you can see my nicely crafted email. Monsi, I saw some pics of you on the internet when I Googled you. Is this you? And she knows me. She's like, I'll click it. Right? So she's presented with this Gmail login page. And we've already seen some activity on my end here. Her IP address popped up. Okay, so on her end, she hit enter. Her page refreshed with the regular Google page. So she's probably thinking, what happened here? I just logged in and nothing happened. And on my end, we could see right here her username and password that she just entered. So we don't know, but probably know that she doesn't know that that link was bad. And what she ended up doing was sending me her username and password. So what we're going to do now is a second demo. I'm going to clone the Bank of America website and have her click the link again, which is still pointing back to the same server right here, my hacking box here. And let's see what happens. Okay, now I've set up the Bank of America fake site on my server. You see that here. And let's have her click on the same link I could get creative and really create a nice Bank of America link, but just for the sake of time, to show you how easy it is to clone any website, we're going to do Bank of America, and you see she's entered her credentials. So she's going to sign in. Again, I have her, let's see, Monsi and testing. Was that your username and password? Yep. All right, cool. So with most banks nowadays, they have a secondary security feature, which I believe most, you have to put your PIN in, tied with a certain picture that you've already picked. But still, I mean, we have half of the information, and it wouldn't take that much longer if we really wanted to brute force her account and try different PINs, but usually get locked out after 5 times, so it's not really, your chances. But most people use, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, whatever, something typical. So that's the demo. You see, it was that easy for me to get her username and password. I would just have to coerce somebody, essentially, to click my link.
Okay, so that's pretty simple, right? In Kali, we just used the social engineering tool set to create that. Why that demo when you guys already know that, yeah, that's how phishing works, is because the user or someone in your neighborhood, your family member, friend, may not quite understand that, right? So instead of just being like, hey, don't click on a suspicious link, don't click, next time, let's create a demo for them, or feel free to use the same demo that showcases this is literally how easy it is to spoof off a website, right? I know that one of the recent fraud trends that we're seeing in the financial industry is that we get the password and the login credentials somehow, but then they ask for that one-time password, right? The key code or something like that. So what the fraudsters are doing now, they're actually calling those people up and saying, hey, I'm from so-and-so bank or so-and-so financial institution. We just want to make sure that your account is secure. I sent you a code. Can you read that back to me? And then with that, they input in that one-time password, that code, and they're able to log into that bank completely or their account completely. So the fraudsters, the attackers are leveraging very simple methods. And the reason that our users are falling for it because no one's asking the question why, right? So as defenders, I would like you not only activate your own defendership, right, but level it up by sharing and proactively informing the users in our community. So as a recap, how you transform yourself from feeling like a victim to a defender, the degrees, the certs are not 100% required. Rather, it's your courage, your passion, and your ability to rise to the challenge. I love this comic. It's an overused comic, but it's still one of my favorites because it's a very accurate representation of the world today, right? We have numerous pieces of technology available, innovations happening nonstop, and yet the users are still considered the weakest link, right? As my 6th grade teacher, Mrs. Flores, used to say, together we can really make a difference. So team, I would like us to level up and activate the defenders within us so we can make a difference. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Nancy? I know here at the University of Michigan and IA, we do a lot of education. We have a very large audience of users. And this is stuff we do every day, trying to communicate to students and faculty and staff. Don't click on that link. Don't look, always look for the very specific things. But the reminder and the examples were very helpful, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Oh, we have a question.
So I noticed that on your Safe Computing site, you don't recommend any specific password manager, but, and I saw that you sort of had one on a slide. I didn't get it. Do you recommend one or?
Right. The slide that I had that talked about the password manager was a joke because the question was, how do I have a non-technical user use a password manager? And then the answer had like Linux commands and this and that. So it's a right answer, right? Or it's a valid answer. It's just not good for the password manager question that was posed. As far as how password managers go, I don't have preference myself. I use 1Password. Don't attack me. But yeah, the LastPass, KeePass, those are all valid ones, I would think.
And the other thing is that I use Firefox, and like all my passwords are saved in Firefox. And I noticed that some people are recommending you only use Chrome. And does it matter what browser?
I think the browsers do matter. The people who are saying to only use Chrome, I recently read an article, I think just this weekend, that compared Chrome to the Internet Explorer browser, and they were like, Chrome is getting pretty much outdated. So it depends on who you hear and what you say, right? As far as what the browser, yeah, I think different browsers have different security capabilities. However, I would suggest not to save passwords in any browser. So whether that's Firefox, Chrome, Safari, don't do it. That's where the password manager comes in handy.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
You made a comment about, well, thank you for your talk first. You made a comment about two-factor auth and people socially engineering around two-factor auth solutions. Are we seeing a lot of that kind of thing happening where someone's really a targeted phishing attack, where someone knows your phone number and is calling the victim, or is that sort of less regular?
So I just had a meeting last week with a bunch of financial institutions all over the nation, and that was a trend that we all kind of saw. So what happens here is that due to social engineering, right, finding out someone's phone number or account credentials can maybe take a little bit of effort, but once you have that, and with the phone numbers, so even things like having the 2FA enabled, it's not very, right? There were actually members and customers who lost their money because they're like, oh yeah, no, if you want the security code, yeah, I actually got one here. Let me just tell it to you.
And a simple answer on that same screen that asks for the 2FA or the MFA isn't, no one will call you for this number, do not tell anyone this number, only enter it here. Those kinds of instructions are just either not present or not functional?
No, I think that could be a valid instruction, right? However, if I got a text that says, do not tell this number to anyone, I would report everything that's like a phishing scam. Be like, oh, okay, that's like a spam, like avoiding that, right? But it just comes out to user education, which Joel mentioned, right? It's understanding why we have that 2FA, one-time password, whatever it is, and how can we use that, right? So someone will never come and say, hey, what is that 2FA number that you just got? Let me input it in. And if they do on certain occasions, or I don't want to say never, but then the user must ask the question why. And we see that often, right? I think everyone understands. The users don't ask that question why, because they'll be like, oh no, it's security, it's technology. Yeah, I'll just do whatever you like. You want me to sign this? I'll just sign it.
Sure. Curious.
Thanks.
On more of a day-to-day basis, or just in a workplace environment, I guess, have you seen a lot of people kind of push back against a lot of security methods like two-factor and other things?
Yeah, I have. So the example that I shared, right, where one of the vendors that we were doing a POC with, they didn't enable two-factor because it was too much of a hassle or burden for an executive. Which I don't want to be like, oh my God, what kind of executive is that? Because that's all of our executives, right? I'm sure we're like, this is just one more thing I have to click. Oh my God, why do I have to do it? So yes, I think users push back on every level, but the reason they push back is maybe they're not understanding the risk, right? So then for that executive, so I did send that same demo to that vendor and be like, if you don't have that in-house capability, that time to create a demo yourself, but then use this one to showcase these are the risks, right? At the end of the day, it's all a risk-based game. As long as the user understands that this is the risk I'm taking by doing X, and I'm okay with taking that risk, then it's on the user themselves. Similar to those cameras that we saw on insectcam.org, right? Like having a camera on your garage, that's pretty common these days because you want to know who's coming in, who's going out, are there any intruders, any incidents? So that's common, and they got it because like, oh yeah, okay, everyone's doing it, let me do it too. But then that changing the default password on that, right? Changing the default configurations, it's not highlighted, right? So maybe in the packaging, if you say somewhere like bolded or like put it in red, big letters, like change this as soon as you get it, maybe that might help. But yeah, so I think users push back. I think I know I would push back too if I didn't understand something. Like, why do I have to do this? but it's up to us as defenders to communicate and proactively communicate in a manner that they understand.
So speaking of packaging, I feel like a lot of products these days will have on the box secure, when in reality they're not. What do you see in like the variety of people and what they think of the term secure when oftentimes it really isn't?
Yeah, so that's true. I think vendors are now coming up, and not now, I think it's been there for a while, right? At RSA conferences, you can always say, this is the big magic like pill. You have this vendor or this piece of tool and technology, and everything is secure. Everything is 100% safe, and it's not, right? So to repeat your question was that how, I totally misheard.
Sorry. So for like the average person, the term secure is used ubiquitously, when in reality, a lot of the products that we buy are not actually secure. So since you often work with a lot of people who are new to cybersecurity, I was just curious what their perceptions are on the term secure. Do they trust it? Do they scoff at it? Etc.
Got it. So I don't think it's just people who are new to cybersecurity. I think even veterans in the field, right, not naming any names, but we get in a pattern or we get in a comfort zone, be like, oh no, this is secure, like I'll just sign away. Kind of like what Abhishek mentioned earlier in the day, right? He was talking about Google Maps, and if there's like a privacy and legal statement, we're like, oh yeah, no, you know, there's the fact that there's a legal statement that makes it secure. So I think yeah, they kind of range from like, yes, if it's secure, I'll totally believe it, or are you sure it's really secure? But I've realized that nobody takes, or very few people take that real step to understand why is it not secure, or what is it that's not making secure? Can I do something in order to make it secure, right? So going back to this comic, right, there's a lot of technology, pieces of innovation that are coming out that can help better protect our digital lives, right? But they can only do so much as long as the user allows it, or the user uses it in a proper manner. Even on InfoSec teams, right, you think of like SOC analysts, they're getting to use all these different, their security tool stack is like great, but if they don't use it in a proper manner, what is the point of that tool, right? Like whether it's Carbon Black or whatever it is, if it's not implemented in your environment or configured in the right manner or in the most optimal manner for your environment, then that's just a tool sitting in the dust.
Just a specific case in mind. So you showed cameras that had default credentials, but there are cameras out there that
don't have default.
Don't have any credentials. How do we educate people that, hey, this thing that you just put up in your house is accessible to the world, and you can't do anything about it except buy another one that costs you, a lot more money.
Sure, so you can't do anything about it, but then there are mitigating controls, right? Whether that's putting up a little cover, similar to what we do on like a laptop, right? Depending on where the camera is located in the house. But it's not always about like, oh, that money that you just spent is a waste and now I have to go and buy this next newer gen solution. That's, depending on how old that solution is, that sometimes that's required, but I don't think that's always the case, because that newer gen is gonna come with their own vulnerabilities, right? Maybe the camera is there and they allow you to change their password, but they don't ever allow you to turn it off. So then it's always on, and then as soon as someone gets your credentials and they see that, no matter what, 24/7, right? So then things like that. Even the Zoom vulnerability that was recently shown on the Mac side, right? Nobody, or very few people took that initiative to understand why that's a vulnerability or how should we patch it. But that was such a great example of everyone in the community coming together, right? So that Medium article, then I think even Apple released something along it, Zoom released their own patches after realizing, oh, like, no, we should have done something about it. So it's all about community effort, I think. Thank you.
So is there a different level of security that we should have for our home computers, laptops, iPads versus phones?
To understand your question, is there something different I should implement on my laptops than I should on my phone?
Right.
Yeah, I think the basic concepts of patching and upgrading and making sure things are updated, only having the apps that you use actually on your phone. I am sometimes guilty, but I have like a biannual reminder check to go and be like, am I really using this app? Am I not? So that helps. But otherwise, it's any device that you think of, whether it's a laptop, whether it's your personal, your work, and I've seen multiple users use their work laptop for personal things. And sometimes that's allowed, sometimes it's not, that's depending on the org, right? But then you're exposing that much data of yourself on the corporate network, right? The corporate network, which sometimes is getting filtered. The InfoSec teams do get to look at the kind of logs that are the activity that's happening. And so one of the users one of the users that I ran into, so they got phished by a Facebook link. And I was like, but that's coming to your work email. Why would you even think that it's connected? And they're like, oh, I don't know, because I go check Facebook on my work laptop, so I just thought that it might be associated with my work email now. And that's not the case, right? But it just shows how sometimes we're just so easily be like, oh, no, yeah, I did that. Maybe that's why it's a reminder to me, right? But so to see if there's any specific differences on how I would treat a laptop versus a phone, I can't think of anything that I would do completely differently, but I would think that wherever the data is and wherever I'm proactively giving my data, I would be a little bit more cautious about it. Yeah. Hope that helps. But if anyone else has tips, right, I have pen and paper, I'll totally take notes and implement that myself. So. Cool.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and your time. So to throw in my 2 cents here while Saul's coming back to the stage to do closing remarks, I've told a few people this today. I said at the beginning, I work in ITS communications and marketing. I'm not a tech person, but my whole role and my whole team's role is to communicate the technical and make it make sense to students, faculty, staff who don't necessarily think the way that people in this room think. The biggest thing, I think, just to echo what she was saying, is knowing your audience and knowing how to communicate and what do they need to know. Not how clear will it be when I read it as a technical person, but what do I have to do to make it clear to the people who are going to be the end user and will benefit from the change or the shift or the new update or the upgrade to the system. I think about, I'm kind of in the middle where I'm in this generation, but my mom needs help because she gets those phone calls from weird people asking for her security. And my kids need help because they're on Snapchat all the time and they throw photos. They just disappear. Well, why do they send memories every year when it shows you what you did last year if they're gone? Oh. So we all have a job to do, and we just need to think about the clearest, simplest way to communicate it and how many different ways to communicate the same message to get people to understand. So, Saul Berman with closing remarks for the day.
So first of all, let's give one more round of applause for all our speakers today. Thank you, one and all. And, the speakers, wonderful. I think we saw a really great, diverse group of folks touching on shared responsibilities, whether it's as a defender, whether it's understanding how to pry under the covers, whether how we might use art or a public health lens to look at socio-technical issues. I also want to thank you. So, this is not just to hear great speakers talk for our benefit in ITS or information assurance. It's for the community as a whole. And the important part of my coming back to higher ed, for us being a part of the higher ed community, is this public engagement. So as compelling as the work we heard about today, I also think again about the diversity. We had a faculty member from the School of Public Health, a graduate student in the MFA program at Stamps, a graduate student from the Ross School of Business, a white knight hacker, and a national leader in the Women's Society of Cyber Jiu-Jitsu. Only at Michigan are you seeing this sort of crowd come together to discuss these topics at a level that you can't get in many of the corporate cybersecurity conferences that you see out there. And so, there's more. We have another wonderful event coming up on November 19th. Join us for a dissidence panel on protecting patient data in protecting patient privacy in the big data world. It's going to be 6 p.m. All your information right there in the Michigan League. On January 28th, we're going to have Data Privacy Day. I'm proud to announce for the first time that our keynote is going to be the editor of the New York Times that edited the ongoing privacy project. So that's super exciting. That'll be held upstairs on the 4th floor. And finally, thanks to you again for taking part in Summit today. understanding that cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, that you are all defenders, that you all are doing your part, means a lot to me as CISO for the university. I couldn't do it without you. We couldn't do it without you. But even defenders need refreshments, so please join us in the lobby for a reception and to continue the conversation. Thanks. Oh, and don't forget, 6 words about privacy. There's cards out there. We're going to be doing more on this as the run-up to Data Privacy Day occurs. Thank you one and all. Please join us at the reception.